in 2011 we switched to 2. We started with a format of 1 in the summer and 1 in the autumn, but last year we realized that this is not maintainable. So now, this year we are doing 1 in the summer and probably 1 in the winter, for which we will rent a heated location. But the winter one is still uncertain. So what I can say for certain is the current summer one. So yes, 1 or 2 events per year and 1 weekend long. Did this answer your question?
No. No, it's okay. Week or weekend? Weekend. Okay, thank you.
Oh. Okay, I got the question. 2 questions. Sean Bota from Poland. The first one, you said about high quality costumes. How you somebody come with not a good costume and you say you can't play?
We published the equipment standards beforehand, and we encourage, as the LARP itself, the preparation, the preparation and two-way communication is a key value of organizing this LARP. Players are expected to contact us, to
send photos,
to discuss with us. If someone is unsure if their equipment meets their standard, we ask them to send a photo and we'll check it out. We have a lot of loaner gear if someone doesn't pass. So we equipment standards are not, the equipment standards is not a goal, not to be exclusive, but to help people to look better. We try to publish as much know-how as we can. Like I said, we collect gear to lend people who are new or something. We try to collect budget methods of customing. The basic requirement is not very high, not unmanageable, but yeah, there are things which don't fly.
Okay, and the second question, the combat system, the freeform combat system, is totally freeform. You don't have any armor or something like that, or okay, you've got 2 points of armor.
Freeform in a sense of there are no game mechanics strictly connected to it. It is actual buffer combat with hitting each other, but the main rule is basically you get hit, you decide what its effect on you is. The combat system is mostly a set of guidelines on handle this in a unified way. So like, as most people have different views and notions about what a PoRtaL does, we collected a set of recommendations on how to handle these, and we asked players to more or less follow these, but it's not all set in stone. So it's not like some holy scripture. It's just a set of guidelines. Except for the safety guidelines, of course, there are things which one shouldn't do, and in the equipment standards there are also standard rules for the safety of the equipment. Anything else? Yes?
Is this so much of the Warhammer Fantasy game that you can bring a study school for it?
The cultures and the religions and stuff are very loosely brought over. There is chaos in the setting. It is the so-called the outside adversary of the enemy from the outside and the enemy from within in the civilized world. But the gods themselves and their domains are a little different. But if the setting is such that the current in-game location, which will fit such one, something similar would probably fly. Anything else? No? Okay, then thank you for your attention again. We shall move on to something completely different next time. So, this is something completely different. Something which I started working on about 2 months ago after I played Ivan Žalac Izgon 2 LARP. It was really inspiring, and I felt that there's a lot of potential in it. So Exile Legacy is a purposive urban fantasy LARP with science fiction elements based on Ivan Žalac's Izgon RPG, which is already in the beta testing stage of a tabletop gaming version. I've seen the beta material. It's awesome. You should check it out when it gets published. So what is it? Like I said, it's a pervasive urban fantasy LARP with science fiction elements, aiming for near full immersion, and will be played in the late autumn of 2014. And it will start at a different time for everyone, as every player will play themselves. The role play, the game itself will be allowed to integrate seamlessly with the players' everyday lives without much intrusion. And
menjél be a piros körbe, csak körülbelül ott jó.
And as you can read there, it will be heavily tech reliant because most of the communication will happen email or by chat or in voice calls, because everyone and anyone around the globe will be able to participate, either in the information gathering, intrigue and such, and the alternate related game style content will be generated on demand by a semi-automated system, which I'm currently developing. I really don't have anything to show about that yet. And it will feature 4 levels of play intensity, which we will change during the running time of the LARP. These changes will be pre-announced. The first level, the default level, which we are right now, is the off time when the game is not running. We declared it because there will be some breaks during the time because of technical reasons. The second level is the downtime, which basically starts when you sign up for the LARP immediately. In this level, you communicate usually online. It's mostly for information gathering and such. And this will be the time when you will first get contacted by the faction which is interested in you. The third level, what we call urban operations, is basically the same level as the previous Isgan LARPs were run on. It's full immersive play with actual field work, so you might need to go out to the city to check a location out for research purposes or something, in which some players will try to get there before you, even try to so-called assassinate you with the game mechanics provided. And the last level is the so-called black operations, which I'm not sure yet if we will hold such ones, but these are events of the traditional LARP format, so one day or something event with some rules different or changed from the default ones, because these events will not be pervasive LARP experiences, these will be traditional LARP event format. I didn't bring a slide about it, but the LARP itself is based heavily on secrecy and such. Everything is behind, which you need to know, is behind this link. So if you're interested, check it out. I think I didn't really talk about what is it really about. So in the first Isgan LARPs, aliens came to Earth, energy beings possessing people, and most of the players played themselves, but they had an alternate character, the being possessing them. After the second Isgan LARP, the aliens left, and they left quite a mess around here, and this LARP will feature the events which arise from these mess they left. It will be mostly about humans and how they handle this new knowledge they received. Different factions arise with different ideologies, people with different notions on how to handle these things, how they should be handled. So it will mostly be based on the ideological conflict of the sudden development and what you can expect: mystery, subterfuge, intrigue, deception, misdirection, the usual fun stuff. This is it. Any questions? Oh, great. Okay, then thank you for your attention. Right now we are finished with the set introductory period, but I asked that is there anyone else who would like to introduce their organization shortly, in 3 minutes, without slides?
We could show some documental LARPs. I mean, we have some movies on YouTube with English subtitles. We can spend some time and we can just show them.
We don't have network on that computer. They couldn't make it.
Oh, it's a problem. I need it for my presentation.
Sorry, I didn't understand it.
It's a problem. I need internet for my presentation.
We will try to make something up for that time, but it's a complication that we
I can collect my piece of something. Yes, but I don't have the connector between Axis and because the cable.
Okay, when your presentation starts, we will make up something, but right now we don't have.
Most szünet lesz, nem? Hogyha nincs introduction. Jó. Akkor mondd meg, hogy 10 perc szünet.
I have a question. Andrea, by the way, it's possible. Can I ask to everyone that's done the presentation till now, if it's possible to share or add the file of the presentation?
It will be shared after the one.
Mondd meg ezt a Creative Commons dumát, ami a weboldalon kint van.
Yes, everything is Creative Commons. So there you go. Okay, I think I'm a bit confused right now. So if I understood correctly, you asked to everyone to share their presentations online after. Yes, it will happen.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
It's the center of Bulgaria. About the Devgard Chronicles,
Yes.
you mentioned that the combat rules that you are using are more like guidelines rather than strict regulation.
Yeah.
Do you have these rules somewhere downloadable in English?
Yes, we have. It was in the. Sonia, could you open up the Devgard presentation on the Expedition to Armbier page? One more up. So everything you will need to know is linked in. This is a Google document with link to everything you need to play.
Okay.
Okay, so anyone who wants to introduce themselves?
Don't introduce, but we will have to go in around a half an hour or so. So if you want to talk about the international chronicle, then time is through the.
Akkor tartok szünet, és akkor tudnak beszélni vele. Jó, akkor mondd meg.
Okay.
If you wish, I can present one of my associations and one larger group in Italy.
Okay, let's speed it up a little because, like I said,
Okay.
they only have half an hour yet, and they want to discuss things with people remaining here. So, if I remember correctly, Pavle, you mentioned that you also wanted to present your organization. You mentioned that you wanted to present your organization, right?
No.
Who raised their hand over there?
Come on. You're okay.
No, it's not necessary. Andrea, please come up.
Okay. I have the document that I give you for presentation. There is some photos, some picture. It's possible to. Andrea, I don't love to stay over there, so I'm here to let you see me. And now I will go down and talk a little bit about one of my art. About today, Andrea, photos. Yes, images. Yes. And down, scenery requiem. This, all of that. This is my art. No, I'm not the skull on the side. This is me. What is it? It's a game really famous in Italy. That you think this is a tabletop role-play game. It's the second most sold after D&D in Italy. It's not translated because I have some little problem about politically correct content. Easy way. It's real. Easy way. The symbol of the game. On the forge line of 1944, during the Normandy arrival of Alice to save us all from the Germany and something like this, the zombies arisen, and no one of the American arrived. The Third Reich won the war. Now it's the Fourth Reich. The Pope say this is the apocalypse. Now I am the ruler. The Russians go outside in the middle of the city and build something really big and huge of metal, and don't speak about him anymore. You can go on through scenery. You can see some photos made by yourself. And this is the game. We live in a theocracy where Catholicism is the rule of the world. When if you say something bad about God, you can be killed in game. It's a full-time role player, 24, 37 hours, 4 LARP per years. Yes, we do miss, working at church, do all the function, everything that could be used in a Catholic life. And what about this? We use only what you see, what you get. We use full contact. And we use a lot of things that could be historical right. Understand what I say? Yeah, thank you. Something more to say. Not much. It's 4 years that you take this chronicle. It's one of the Nox. Nox is the association. It's one of the Nox project. Yes, it's like this Templar and military together. It's one of the Nox projects. It's the first that would be a research for us of changing the idea of LARPing in Italy. We talk about this after. This is one of the first that could be used violence, discrimination, a lot of bad words about women, because in the history we play in the 60s. It's normal, a strong difference between men and women. And we have a lot of pain, and we could talk about pain, physical pain. And I hope someone of you could talk with us about the extreming of sensation. Johan, please explain to the other one in English exactly what I say yesterday to you about the extreme, the bleeding, bleed out, blah 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 things that you said.
Yes.
And some problem.
Well, maybe I can just a little bleed after you, because bleed is a very common word in Nordic lab theory. It isn't common. It is common here, so maybe I'll introduce this word.
Okay. Oh, easy. And I close there. We try to stimulate a lot of the emotion of the player, to have emotion in the character and on the other sides. Okay, yes, we have some babies, some love stories and HHH during the game. Stop. This is our lab. Easy way. Okay?
The thing is, I checked and we are behind schedule by 1 full hour, so we'll hold a big break, right? Yes?
Okay, and I can say in few words mostly. Maybe I could say this few words of bleed now. Andrea mentioned, so this whole topic could be rounded out. Yes? Or no?
Okay, come on.
Takes 5 minutes.
So,
Just try to keep it quick because we have a lot of programs to fit into.
Okay, immersion and bleed. We use some fancy words for some fancy things that heads at large. Okay, slower. Okay. The first one is immersion. I hope you all know immersion. Immersion is the feeling of being inside a character. When I play and I'm feeling inside the game, this is immersion. I am sorry. But immersion implies some effects on your mind and how feelings are transferred between you as player, me, physical, it's me, and you as character. It's bleed. You can bleed your own emotion as player. For example, oh, nice girl, I like her, into the character who has no romance with this character at all. But by bleeding my own love onto the character, I can play out a love scenario. Oh, or I don't like another player. I can bleed my own emotions into the character. It's bleed in. Yes, when I bleed my own emotions in the character, I play out the hatred. Or otherwise, bleed out is when there's emotions of the character. For example, my character hates you, me no, as a character, and I start to hate him by myself as person, as man, as Dominic, not as Dragovan or whatever. Yes, let's bleed out. Yes, bleed out from the game into me. It's bleed out. There are other things to bleed, like sharp bleed, re-bleed, and so on, what bleed, but this is more rocket science than you need for understanding the basics of bleed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so another public service announcement. So, like I said, we are way behind schedule. So we will hold a quick break now, and after that, we should move on to the presentations. First about large scenes in Croatia, in Italy, and in Poland, what you brought. And of course, you're ending a discussion about the similarities and differences in the Southeast European larp cultures, which would be a pretty good rounding out of this whole introductory phases. I ask everyone who will present in the next block to try to keep it quick and short, because we need to get back some of the time we lost during the introductory phase. We are really sorry about it, but we have a limit on how long we can stay in the building.
Is it a 10-minute
break then?
Yes, you know it is a 10-minute break.
Okay.
We can arrange internet.
Tamás, ott a gép hozzátok el, vagy áthoz. Csak annyi, hogy a konnektor nélkül max 3-4 percet működik, tehát
Okay, good. I replaced it over there and asked you guys another time after the
Okay.
after during the
Remind me later, okay?
yes, I remember.
Probably,
No,
yes.
I remember. No, it's not a problem. I will remind every time you do it. Yeah.
Full contact.
Yes.
How actually full contact?
It is full contact.
And if for example, sticks, you also
Normally use sticks. You use standard buffer weapons.
and
You
you
use short shoot. You use Nerf guns.
another plans.
Yeah, Nerf guns or another kind of weapon that you use mainly as similar to buffer, so similar to Nerf guns. Have a little smaller. Yes, thank you. But it's okay and it's full. This, like I used to you, is a standard between players. Between the fighting style during the game, for example, we have a lot of zombies during the game. The zombies don't use nothing. It's not this. So it's standard for a player fight me like this, and I will try to take you and bring you down and bite you.
Actually, my question would have ended with like, if we between these. Azok ilyen nagyon viselkedő azok. Igen, hát az szoktak lenni, mert nagyon jól lehet, ugye műanyag az egész. Motorosok és ilyen kacsogósak, Kékmakosok mindenféle jó áztesték meg átszakítgatják őket. És nem túl drága egyébként. Tehát ilyen Magyarországon még nem használják a...
Jó. Jó. Az egy valaki
Az előadás.
Do you know if there is a place in the building to take it?
Come with me and we'll ask at the reception, because there is a myth about the Kafanushi, but you haven't found it yet.
Abszolút nincs már.
Ezen a laptopon valamiért nincsen. Azt a laptopot, arra megpróbálom áttenni dolgokat, nekik az egész.
Hát meg egy csomó prezentációt gondolom, úgy elküldtek, aztán tudjátok, is az.
Igen, meg ott erre Drive-os a tervezet az egészet. Most is sétszíkus dolog.
Hajrá! Na, majd holnap hozom, hogy pendrive-on. Biztosabb.
Try to make another laptop to USB port.
Tessék?
Hát megpróbálom ezt rögzíteni, hogy ezen mennyire az. Nem tudom én.
És hogy még talán is látszik?
Nem, ez
csak mindenket.
Na, azt próbálni meg tudom érni, hogy az lássa ezt. Látszóra valami elsőségét. Van egy elégszület. Sorry for the circumstances.
Let's with the
Nem kesely, az úgy van, hogy van itt egy ilyen...
Ki kéne írni ezért táblát.
Nem mondtam.
igen, ott is fel kell menni.
Igen.
És akkor ott van még fel.
Igen, a második emeleten is ki van nyilazva.
Kell hozzának a távirányítója vajon?
Arra, igen, úgy, jó lesz.
Igen, mert működik le.
De lehet ezen kell valamit. Igen.
Ez az.
Jó. It seems to be the shortest is working. At least.
We're live.
I can post it to the Facebook event. I think. Először a fűkönyvtából sem látszik. Ez az úgy van, hogy fűkönyv fekete rész, a földász, a látszat.
És itt mondtad ki, hogy eljön a napos körbe.
Semmit nem számít, addig, amíg a fűkönyvtár látszólag, hogy ahhoz, hogy valaki látszódjon.
Igen. Mert ezt szívesen elmondom a következő blokk elején.
Ahhoz valahol itt kéne lennie körülbelül, hogy essen rá is fény, tudod. És akkor így tudnom magyarázni.
Ja, értem, tehát nem ugrik ki a...
Nézd a kamerára? Vagy nem a kamerára, hanem a vizére.
Hát ez baromi homályos.
Hát most az igen, de hogyha valami belejön.
Igen, állj arrébb? Értem. Aha. Jó, hát akkor ezt...
Hol vannak ezek a cuccok?
Mi?
Ez nem gépen.
Azon sehol nincsenek cuccok. Viszont van rajta internet.
Ja, tényleg ezzel van. Az internettel nem problémátok, mert is az, hogy ez a gép meg az vissza a wifi antenna, és nem volt ilyen egyszerű. Ja, jó, mert az internet az teljesen cool volt. Igen,
az
a jelentőséggel volt a gond.
az internet, az megy, és most már a broadcast is.
Stamp.
Na, nagyon is.
Mondom, hogy egy párszakányi jelölőség volt, az is néha eltűnt. És így átlagban 400-as millió volt. Megköszönöm, hogy szerintem.
Még 2020 van egy célvég mondja ez a adás, és két kéne ilyen szemben néz, és akkor így
bököltet, megnézeket a
persze. És akkor így mutatom ki ilyen.
A maszkot még születlenül is a maszkot.
Én úgy mondom, hogy még ezt nézzél.
Szóval itt szülőket
Nagyon jó.
Ez valami kalkulozás este.
Este lehet,
Jó, így igen.
Nem tudom. Én azt mondom, hogy fáj a jól is.
Én vagyok fel, jó, jó, kösz.
Csak át kell konvertálni valamit.
I have something for you, not for you.
Úgy kell fizetni most. Tehát mindig át kell konvertálni.
Don't even know if you meet Stefan. Stefan, do you know him? Yes. So it is. It's 30. I wrote here because I thought because reasons he will be here, but no, but if I can, yes, it is his property and he left it after taken by us.
Okay.
Next.
Igen, az van, hogy
Az így. Tessék.
ez az összetömöríti. Na most azon összetömöríti, és meg küld egy e-mailt róla, amikor megvan, és arra le lehet tölteni. Mindenképp ad egy linket, onnan le lehet tölteni.
Látod, hogy lehet már a 10 perc.
Részletkérdés.
Mondom, hogy kezelni vissza az embereket.
No, it's right now we download it from the Google Docs. It needs to be zipped together, all the files, and then we can download it. It's still zipping together the files in person.
Ha?
Is this the file? Ez nem a prezentáció, ez csak a prezentációval szól. Well, I always know the statement. Well, you'll be able to read That's weird. Without books, they don't really use my Ez senki nem csinálta jelenleg. Doesn't matter. Oh, here's olyan kis volt az a fő, hogy jó az a végig ebben a feszültségben. És van az ilyen és ő jön, még így van, el kell az semmit, el kell azt hogy is lesz a tereget, nem mondjátok ki, videó, kis. Szerintem hoztam a végét, hogy ez az a... Lehet, hogy az égen This is a group
Brother of the fourth official that
Other problems? I'm not even the guy who knows sure about this.
That's nice.
Aztán érdemben csak azt szegény gyerek, csak is tudja, mondjuk, ahogy hallottam, meg készség megolni. Ez annyi, hogy úgy készül, hogy észre vagy mit tudnak. Nem akart
Most én egy sor, mert berakott az egyébként. El fogom sírni magam.
Szabad egy pillanatra? Én csak
csak ennél nagyobb
Ez így van.
Azt nem csipász, azt nem csipász.
Beletöröttétek legalább?
Igen. Jó, letoljuk meg tam. Remélhetőleg az enyém gépen fel is ismeri. Én csak felismerném. Én csak felismerném. Nem?
Egyetem, milyen formátum ez?
We can't read your card as of yet.
Okay, I have another adapter.
Yes, please.
I'm going.
Right, ezt add vissza.
USB az egyik fel, a másik meg.
Köszönöm.
Nem, így nem tudom, de megmutatsz, de hogy a kábelem.
Még én akkor működik.
Aha, és ehhez nincsen összekötött, mert akkor én hozok egy számít. Nekem ugyanilyen nem van még egy. Ha ehhez van, ugyanolyan összekötött.
Hát hosszabbítom nincsen, lenne, akkor már belegítom volna. Most olyan van, mint ez, csak rövidebb. Tehát ugyanaz van benne most, mint ez, csak rövidebb. És ha ez lenne hosszabbítom, az is könnyű. De igazából tök mindegy, mert csak a képet nézzük. Csak képet úgy néz ki, hogyha már nem a vetítő fényében látsz, akkor az ember nem látszik.
Okay, so if the wheel
Mert ilyen ezért úgy bújítja a képet, és ezért ahol sötét van, ott töltik, írja. Igen, akkor háttérfény van. Bárhogy félrehosszú képet küldjük, és
ezt nyilván bezáratott.
hallatszik a hangja, és látszik a vetítés.
Mi van az a
aztán most nem csak azt kérdeznek, hogy már van
Is it only sharp or the other presentation as well?
Zula first of all?
Yeah, mine.
Okay, only
Oh, and with that, I
now, they have why I wanted to meet another one.
yeah, it's really
Nem tudom, most mi a program megmondogatni, mert teljesen kérdeztem,
Igen, ez így. Van egy ilyen.
Teljesen biztos, hogy
Okay, may I have your attention again for a few moments?
Please take your seats. We are starting the next block.
Okay, like you experience it. A 10-minute break went on a little longer, so just to let us keep the schedule, because otherwise it would be impossible. The workshop I hold will probably be skipped because it's really not much new, but I can talk about it with anyone who would be otherwise interested. But we couldn't even try to keep the schedule otherwise. So the next block will be a discussion of the LARP cultures and first presenting them in the region from the countries our attendants are from. Who shall start?
I know. We have two other announcements. First is we asked all presenters if they want to be visible on the stream, on the camera, to stand in front of their slides like this. So not to block the text, but to be illuminated by right here.
Ott.
So sort of there is a big red circle.
The back left quarter.
Here and the back left corner of the
Let's mark it.
circle. So right here, if you want to be visible on the stream.
De nekünk elég a hang is.
And for the audio to be okay. And also we have Libby, Libertin Gergely, presenting us 3 photos from the vampire LARPs he introduced. And then we will start with the country-specific presentations.
I'm not asking for more than 30 seconds, only that I hope that that's no great pictures he didn't, so here's a couple. This is the Daffy Liqueur from the game. It was a celebration of his birthday, 300th birthday or so, and you can see some images and some pictures in the place where we were playing. The photographer wasn't the best ever, but so it was many bowing and kneeling and politely not saying anything. The interesting thing is that these ladies are the mother and the mother's sister of one of the players. So we had some 50, 60, 70-year-old players in character playing old characters in the game, which is, I think, interesting. And thank you. This was about it. These photos are not publicly available, but now you can see it. And that's it. And this is the Prince of Hungary with PoRtaL. Oops.
Thank you.
And bye-bye.
Okay, so who is first? Okay,
It's you.
go on.
Is it still working? Okay, I don't need to be visible on the screen. I'm going to speak from here. First about me. My name is Angelina Ilieva, PhD. I'm an assistant professor at the Institute of Technology and Folklore Studies, Bulgarian Academy of Sciences. I'm a LARP scholar. I've been researching LARP since 2008, and currently I'm running a postdoc research project entitled LARP Culture Between and Beyond. I'm studying LARPs as a nodal point of different kinds of interaction between players, text, genre, media, and so on. And I'm writing a book about LARPs right now. Up. Okay. LARP in Southeastern Europe. Why do we need such a discussion? When I came up with the idea about this discussion, Ivan told me that it would probably barely scratch the surface, and he's absolutely right. But we should start from somewhere. 2 years ago, in Finland, Markus Montula told me that it took 4 years for them entire circle of knutepunkts around all the Nordic countries, simply to develop a common language for. So I think we need to put some efforts on this. What do we mean in LARPing, role-playing character, NPC, plot, setting? Last year in Zagreb, we discovered that, for example, NPC is something very different in Croatia, Bulgaria, and Hungary. I think we can utilize both similarities and differences. Similarities could be utilized as a source for mutual understanding and support, and differences could be utilized as a pool for new ideas, methods, solutions, and so on. So I tried to outline 5 general topics and to map up LARP culture in general. They are all huge. They are all biased by my own research. And I will be happy if we could scratch the surface. But we need to start from somewhere. And I'm going to start by presenting a bit Bulgarian LARP culture. Oh, okay. First of all, I think that genesis and tradition in LARP culture are very important, no matter if we still follow the tradition or strive against it or try to completely forget it. Traditions always matter. It is important to speak about who the first LARPers were, because they usually define the main genre in a LARP culture. We need to speak about what was the original meaning of LARPing, because it defines our primary styles. And we need to speak about how the first LARPers organized their first games. For example, Bulgarian LARP culture is probably among the youngest in Eastern Europe. We started LARPing 10 years ago. First LARPers were science fiction and fantasy fans, and we were strongly influenced by a very peculiar scouting school. It is called PoRtaL, a private Proto-Bulgarian school for martial arts and horsemanship. There were just a few players from this school, but they somehow marked the overall appearance of Bulgarian LARP culture for years. LARPing meant fighting in the woods, and it still means that for many players. Actually, recently a guy came up with the idea that those players who go LARPing and refuse to fight should be punished. Of course, he was ridiculed, but the idea speaks in itself. The first games were military games outside the cities, and they have very simple systems: Mordor vs. Gondor, and Capture the Flag. Flags are still very important in Bulgarian LARPs. If you come and you don't have a banner, you could be banned from the game, because you should have a banner. We really missed tabletop role-playing here. I think we really missed it, because Bulgarian LARP culture is still very, how to say, physical. We don't have that much mechanics and meta techniques. And the very the very concept of role-playing is very, very physical. I mean, you do what you are really capable to do. The second general topic, it is huge, but this is our favorite because every time we meet players from different countries, we immediately start discussing this. Structures and power. In-game and out-of-game. What kind of genre we have, who creates the settings, who creates characters, what kind of roles we have, plots, rituals, everything, the synchronous analysis. And of course, out-of-game structures, groups, and leadership. In Bulgaria, they are very important. They're stable, I will speak about them a bit later. And metagaming structures, such as rules, techniques, briefings, workshops, debriefings. For example, in Bulgaria, we have extensive pre-game briefings, and we very rarely have debriefings after the game. We are familiar with this concept, but we just don't do it. And I think it is very important to know what exactly a GM and an NPC means, and what kind of power they have over our games. Until 2 years maybe, the biggest Bulgarian LARPs relied strongly on NPCs. And then they were completely removed. It is a very dramatic turn in our lives. Okay, a bit more about Bulgarian LARP culture. We have different kinds of genre. Of course, medieval fantasy is the mainstream, but we have science fiction, such as the Stalker LARP series, steampunk, horror, vampire LARPs, Western murder mystery, and Blood Bowl tournaments. But the mainstream is medieval fantasy. We have this very, well, for many years I believe it is unique characteristic for Bulgarian LARP culture, LARP clans. But then last year I went to Croatia and I discovered that they used to have the same structures about 10 years ago. LARP clans are stable formations. They are much more real social structures than fictional ones. They are a group of players who tend to play together, and they tend to develop their own microculture, their uniformed appearance, ideology, behavior, and so on. And Bulgarian LARP culture is very, very competitive. Actually, all of these clans compete with each other in many respects, including organizing LARPs, which is not a good thing. Our game masters have absolute power over the game. They decide everything, including what happened into the game. I mean, they could deny that something happened. This is my clan, Warriors of the Seven Hills. We are the youngest clan in Bulgaria. I'm very happy with it. And we're still growing. A lot of mighty warriors and me. The third general topic, norms and values. I tried to write some of them, but I'm sure there will be much, much more. Which is more valued, competitive or collaborative play, game or play? actually. Big LARPs or small ones. Rules or free interaction. Scripting or improvisation. Collective or individual experience. Appearance or performance. Win or fun. And because I know that LARP culture is never homogeneous, this is a picture of a small LARP. There is a small group of players in this city, Varna, and everything they do is completely at odds to the mainstream culture. They always organize small games indoors. They always try to experiment with genre, structures, interaction. The Perfect Victim was a LARP. Well, it was announced as murder mystery LARP, but the setting tried to completely reverse the usual plot in genre. I mean, when in a typical murder mystery we have one killer and everybody is trying to find him or her. In this game, everybody was a killer, and they all tried to find one victim, the perfect victim. It was a really good game. Fourth general topic, influences. It is a paradox, but mainstream Bulgarian LARPs are much less influenced by the group in Varna than from similar hobbies such as historical reenactment groups, board gamers, and airsofters. Of course, we live in a mediated, globalized world, and we are trying to play with LARPers from different countries, so many kind of influences could happen, and they are all important. You might know these guys. They come and play in Bulgaria 3 or 4 years. No, I don't remember. Last year they came in Bulgaria and they met our king, my king, the king of the 7 hills, and they disapproved him. And they insisted on he to resign and to be replaced with another person. I don't know what to say, but influences are always important. And the 5th general topic, conflicts and crisis. I strongly recommend the excellent ethnographic study by Sarah Bowman, published in International Journal of Role Playing, issue 4. Bulgarian LARP culture is hardly a modern one. It is a very traditional one. It is gamistic, competitive, and we are running campaign-style games, and we experience a lot of conflicts and crises. We don't usually have debriefings, but we always discuss our games online, and they usually become a foreign wars. We have this "my LARP is better than your LARP" syndrome, and this is again part of the competition between clans, because the recent games are organized by entire groups who are usually entire clans, and when we compete with other clans, we go to their games and we don't like them because our LARPs are better than theirs. It is a complete disaster. And of course, the demographic dynamics are very important, because who quit gaming and who could completely change the overall LARP culture. And it is very important who is doing the recruitment. Right now, players are recruited for clans, not for the LARP itself. And I don't think this is something good. But one of the games which experienced a good post-game debriefing and party and was considered a very successful game, of course. This is a good way to cope with conflicts and crises, but I don't know why we don't do it. And thank you. I hope I saved time for discussion.
Okay, I'm Miklós from Hungary, and you mentioned that you don't really have pen and paper role playing in Bulgaria. Did I understand it correctly?
We have, but they didn't influence our LARP culture at all, almost at all. Actually, recently we, some pen and paper players came to LARPs, and they try, of course, to improve the game mechanics and rules. But no, they didn't contribute a lot to our culture.
Hi, Anna. I would like to ask your opinion whether it's better to apply game mechanics from these tabletop games or to develop them for LARPs from scratch.
I think both have their advantages and disadvantages. For example, tabletop LARPing and, well, I believe mostly computer RPGs influenced our magic system. But still, magicians are not very popular. I mean, nobody loves magicians because if you are a mighty warrior, you need to work hard for years to become a very good one, and then girl comes and kills you instantly, and you are not happy. But magic is what to say. It introduces colors to the games. Without magic, we would be just another group of historical reenactments or scouting or something like that. I think he was.
Hello, I'm Thomas from Hungary, and well, this might be an interesting question. I'd like to ask that how did the committee accept this thesis? You said that you had started LARPing 10 years ago, and they are this open, because I think here in Hungary it would be almost impossible to do this for a PhD thesis.
Well, personally, I started LARPing when I started researching LARPs, and I was really warmly welcomed into the LARP community. But I have this science fiction and fantasy fandom background, so many of LARP players know me, and probably this was crucial.
Perhaps I have put my words wrong. I meant at the university. The committee who accepts your thesis and starts your PhD career. How did all the researchers, the professors, accept this as a your thesis this
They
time?
loved it.
So
They
were
loved it.
interested.
It is not easy. Bulgarian Academy of Sciences and Bulgarian academic circles are very conservative. I must admit it. But I don't experience any difficulties. Actually, they encouraged me to continue working on this subject because it is new, it is modern, and we know virtually nothing about it. So this is the academic logic. Do we know everything about something, or little, or not at all? Everything else is political logic, actually, and it is not easy to get funding, for example. It is really hard because LARPs and LARPing and all of the other hobbies are not institutionally important, and it is hard, but we know nothing about them, so somebody should do this research. This is the academic logic.
This last question. Beside the American texts you mentioned, do you use some Nordic, Italian, German, Polish, or other texts in your works, and which of them are useful for you at this moment of LARPing history in Bulgaria? Because the most texts that are created are about chamber LARPs or Nordic LARPs or very basic LARPing, which is much very different than the LARPs you are describing now.
Okay. I approach LARPs mostly from the semiotic point of view, and there are several excellent papers based on the semiotic approach published in Knut books. And I use general theory. But I need to develop my own, because you are right. The two cultures are very different. Yeah.
Hi, from Hungary. You mentioned that the NPCs disappeared after a day. Would you care to guess that maybe this happened on an outside influence, or it was somehow a common decision? Or maybe what caused this? Because in Hungary there are still NPC heavy games and not so NPC heavy games, and games which the player make all the content. So how did this happen? What do you think?
It is very complex, very complex, because for many years the biggest LARP events relied on NPCs. NPCs, that means neutral player characters. Actually, there are no monsters in our games. NPCs in Bulgarian games are players who support the simulation. NPC is the king and his court and his guards. NPCs are the innkeeper, blacksmith. NPCs are girls, dancers, prostitutes. We have this kind of NPCs. So they made the simulation in our games. But suddenly, the leading organizers in Bulgaria somehow decided that they don't want more NPCs in their games. They tried to introduce free-form LARPs, but by free-form they understand that organizers won't provide any content at all, that everything depends on players. And the first several free-form LARPs were considered complete failure because many players came and they were bored to death. And now many groups started really to provide content to the LARPs, and I don't know what will happen. But, for example, the last autumn LARP, a group decided to build an entire fortress. Just did it.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Peter from Hungary, and in this question might be a tangent, but I kind of find your previous presentation about the Slaughter LARP at odds with your references somehow what came through in this presentation. So, like Slaughter LARP, I understood as a one-night shoot as many mutants in the dark as you can, adrenaline high fun, and that's not the same kind of fun I guess you were aiming at here right now. Am I seeing this wrong, or how that?
Yes and no. The Stalker LARP series are different, yes, but they are still gamistic. Yeah. Because everybody is trying to survive. They are into the zone. Don't have any NPCs. And it is actually, again, a team competition between stalkers who are inhabiting a bar called Purgatory. The corporation group, who is trying to discover all of the artifacts in zone and to make profit on it. The mutants who have their own layer, and again they try to survive. And yes, it is different, but in many respects it follows the tradition.
Yeah, I was aiming at the fact that you described Stalker LARP as a very successful endeavor. And I had the impression that you liked it very much.
Yes.
But in this presentation, I guess you were aiming at something different than the team-based competition, which is very gamistic, and maybe I'm just reading things into it, but yeah, I had the impression right now that you were talking about changing this gamistic approach a little bit, like the one president.
I'd love this if this gamistic approach at least be slowed down. Well, I love LARPing, no matter it is. I love LARPing, but I will be happy if Bulgarian LARP culture discover another directions. And of course, I always compete with Nordic LARPs, and German LARPs, and Russian LARPs, and Croatian LARPs. And maybe now I'm going to learn a lot about Hungarian LARPs. And I just want, and I just hope that we would have more opportunities in Bulgaria, more options. I want more diverse scene. I don't like it homogeneous in this way, and that's why I'm going, and I don't miss any opportunity to go to Varna and play with this small group. and I don't miss any opportunity to go to PoRtaL and play with you. So, but guys, I don't heard anything about your own culture. I mean, this was the aim of this discussion, and I will be happy if at least a little bit you contribute to it.
Okay, so Chandra from Hungary here. I think now we should move on to the presentations about the other art cultures, like Angelina said. So who wants to go first? Yeah, okay. We will hold Ivan's presentation of Croatian LARPing, and to keep things on schedule, we will hold the lunch break then, and then continue with the other presentations. So, of course, during the lunch break, you can discuss what was said here, but we don't want to slide away very much regarding the schedule. But as I said, like I said before, we will skip the introductory workshop I hold because probably it won't offer much new to most of you. If someone doesn't know about these techniques I mentioned in the schedule, then of course I will talk with them about them. But I don't think it's that important. The discussion about this culture is more important, so I'd rather keep this than my little workshop.
Hi everyone. Hey. Not much corner, please. How about here? Who's here? Not much corner here, please. Yeah. I'm talking about history. Not so much of a Zoom. Okay. Okay. Basically, all of you will be able to get this infographic online. I will publish it freely. So basically, what we have here is a tree of different Croatian LARPs. Because, like Angelina said earlier, it's to really understand the LARP scene, it's very, very important to understand its history, because it is influential. So basically, the Croatian LARP started, well, there are various accounts of when it actually started. So we currently have, I've heard 3 people who claim to be on the first LARP, who claimed it to be in 95, 96, and 97. So one of those 3 years is the year the first LARP in Croatia started. I took 97 for this presentation, but it might have as well been 95. So it was a post-war Croatia. It was very yeah, okay. People were poor. There were lots of landmines around game terrain and stuff like that. So basically, Croatia is a small country. So we're basically used to speaking English. D&D was really, really big at the time, and they were actually playing D&D first in nature. So hey, it would be cool if we did like, oh yeah, I heard something about that. It's called LARP. So basically, the internet was a very new thing back then. They started searching on the internet for information about LARP because they couldn't find any info on the local BBSs. So they started looking on the internet for if there are any LARP rules, like there were Dungeons and Dragons rules. So they ended up with an organization from the United States called Vanguard, who published its rules in English because they didn't know any other languages, and there were no other rules published on the internet at the time. So they checked out the Vanguard. It was Vanguard is basically a group, a multi-chapter group, which you need to join, then you can play its rules. It's an American battle gaming system. So they joined the Vanguard as a chapter called Nepoganokadist, or Unconquered Kingdom. So basically, Americans were having an idea of, hey, let's meet in a local park and let's beat the shit out of each other each week, which they didn't actually like. So, in fact, they actually had a very idea about, they had an idea which was very similar to what makes the usual European games great. So they said, okay, we're not going to do it every week. We're going to have one huge game every year. So it was called Summer Session in Katolička Čajev near Kutina, a very small place. Or also it was informally called Kutina LARP. It was basically something that defined, it was the only LARP at the time, which was a campaign, happened once a year, and basically defined what people were expecting about LARP. So in 2002, it grew big, about 100-ish players, and another chapter opened from the players in the far west of the country, in Istrian Peninsula, in Pazin and in Motovun, and it was the second LARP was also held under a similar model. So it was called, it was typically called Motovun LARP. It was on a ranch. It was played on the horse ranch, unlike this one. This one was camping, and this one had cabins and all the amenities, showers and toilets and everything. It was real nice, which, okay, it was needed because it was hot as hell over there. Lots of horseflies and other nasty insects. But basically, it was the first chapter that opened. But they did it. They kept the same story. They kept themselves as an extension of the same story of this LARP. So all the LARPs you see there in blue, up in there, were, let's say, from the same family, related to each other with its rules and game world. So, Motovun LARP went down in 2000, and it went for 3 years. Then it went down because the owner was not doing business really legally, and someone reported him. His neighbors, jealous, as the story usually goes. So this LARP went down. In the meanwhile, the third LARP, with a similar style, by the organization called Gaia, was organized in the east of Croatia, in the city of Osijek. And it still keeps being organized. It still runs to the day. Once a year, typically has several names. Istočna Anarhija. The first one was in Kneževi Vinogradi, a small place. Another was in Ivanovac, that's near the city of Osijek, in East Croatia. All of it, or Otroga Svjetlost, the Fortress of Light. That was the second split off, and the third split off was, which was much more painful, was the Krvomeđe from the Bothani, which said, "Hey, you guys been doing it wrong. It's not what it says in the rulebook. It's not what it says you should be playing. So you should be playing like they do it in the United States. So we're gonna play it like that." So it was the first source of a great fight, which then, let's say, crashed the community for about 3 years. And basically, the split of, oh, we're not going to, you did it wrong, so we're not going to accept your characters, your levels, blah, blah, blah. You're going to have to start anew, which caused an uproar because players got into the idea that they have ownership of their characters. They should be allowed to play them anywhere because that's how previous LARPs worked. And they felt like it was a big injustice and stuff. And basically, it kept them fighting for about 3 years. Besides Krvomeđe group, which also basically started also running once a year LARP, like their groups called Rajske Vrhovi or Paradise Peaks. In that time period, also Gaia split away. said basically, okay, we're moving away from this argument. We don't want to have anything to do with this. The group one in Image was formed. Here they are, two of them, behind smiling, which was basically the first, which was basically the first major split off in a way. Hey, we're actually going to redo our, we're going to have to do our own rules. Okay, in the beginning it was just minor modifications to the already existing rules, but that grew over time. And during that age, also the first vampire LARPs were played in Croatia. Basically, we have two distinct groups. One was played in Osijek. The guys who were running Istočna Anarhija were playing it, so it was basically the same player group, and it was really influential. That LARP was very specific. They made their own rules for it. It was played in part pervasively. They had a system which was basically a mixture of Masquerade, Requiem, and the card game Eternal Struggle, and very simplified and very pervasive. So it stopped because they pretty much burned out. And in the same place on the coast, another vampire LARP group started, Camarilla, Croatia, with two events in Rijeka, the major port city in Croatia, and Umag, which is the far west town in this peninsula. They were playing Requiem, and they were connected with the Italian playing groups, but they also died down in time because of lack of interest. Well, lasted about 2 years. So basically, 2008 was, I'd say it was a year which was rather a low point because PoRtaL LARP died. It died because the organizers basically were started to do stupid things, like they wanted to make it no more just a simple LARP, but also a party. So they invited you had LARP, and during that LARP you had a concert, you had kids scouting, you had paintball players in their own part of the woods. You had random visitors. You were questing during the night, and some people would have sex in the bushes near you, and it was really not a very LARPy atmosphere. And in 2007, I think, was their last LARP. They were at about 2004, 2005. They were the biggest LARP in Croatia, with 150 people. No LARP has since reached that. And in 2007, when their last LARP was held, they had 7 people. 6 of them were new, 1 of them they paid to come because he was also playing on their concert. So basically, around 2008, all of those 3 LARPs would gather somewhere between there would be somewhere in low to mid 20s about their player size, and the thing started to change sometime about 2009, where there was a lot of initiative about new LARPs being started by people other than independent groups. Now, first of them was Maichin Guy by Sigo, who is also here. It ran for I think 6 events, 3 years or so. It was really innovative. Basically, it was played in the same world and officially with the same rules, but it was really more freeformish in that way. And it also started another independent feast LARPs, such as Kod posljednje straže by also Sigo and Petra Sabljar. There was Kod posljednje straže, or later known as Sunček straže by Igor Turk, Petra Sabljar. Sorry. Just reset. Sunček Potočić by Petra Sabdag and Ivo Turk. Gozba Isanitska by Leo Jukčić and Lucia Tadić. It was basically started a series of independent LARPs, but they mostly didn't repeat themselves. Majchingai did. One of them also did repeat itself. It's Sunček Motočić. It was later taken on by Green Banner Croatia, which existed for a while. I don't know if it's still.
Yeah, it does.
What was its current operational state?
On hold.
Okay. Okay. And in 2012, all of these groups would organize a common project known as CrowLARP, which was organized in 2012 and 2013 for 2 years. It was an attempt to reunite the disjointed scene, and 2012 it had 76 or 78 players. It was and still remains the biggest LARP, the biggest fantasy LARP since mid 2000s. Currently, out of that player group, the Gaia group and Trigonometry group remains the same, the stable as they used to be, but only Match is running a new game world, a new rule set. So it's moving away from this group. They had their first event recently. They're having their second event next week. So could you move us to the right, please? But in 2011, started the more. In 2011, as you can see, started a large explosion of LARPs. Basically, what was considered Croatian LARP was pretty much narrow, consist of one family until 2011. It really expanded in 2011. The first change that was not in this blue group was actually an Italian LARP. It was an Italian chamber LARP, Love is Blue, by Fabrizio Bonifacio, and it was translated to Croatian by Božo Poljagić, and it's a small LARP for 5-6 people, I think, and it's been played. It's been replayed for many times. I think over 20 times. It's been replayed over 20 times in Croatia. It's basically being played on pretty much every convention. And it ended up really influential in creating a chamber LARP scene. So from that on, the same guys who translated this started Ana Rajnak and Božo Poljagić together with Andrija Štepan, who was also an experienced LARPer, started running gaming mini conventions, which actually end up in Port. But the group on college in Croatia was called SGP, or site, but the section for role playing. So they were running a couple of smaller LARPs, and they had their own one-shot LARPs, which were pretty much covering various subjects, various themes, and they did it differently. So we had Pagi Zakon, which was a steampunk one-shot. We had Zakonomical LARP, which was a Cthulhu LARP, and the two of them actually culminated in formation of the group Lateralis and the fantasy LARP Tragači Zorje, which was one shot, but which was also done without any mechanical rules, which was it had a very new structure for Croatian LARPs, because no longer it would depend on NPCs running the plot, but it would depend on a mixture of personal tasks and desires that players made. It had pre-written characters which players actually wrote, but mostly players, but it will mostly depend on players. And about the same time, I started Terra Nova LARP, which was also actually slightly earlier. So Terra Nova LARP, which started a new series. Okay, you heard all about it earlier, so I'm not going to repeat myself much, but it offered a different playstyle, rules, and possibilities than the other LARPs. What Angelina told earlier about change, basically this explosion happened when we stopped trying to make the change happen, but we simply started producing on our own. And Higashi Zori also influenced another LARP, Highland Games, by Andrei Stefan and Dunja Matic, which was actually played in this game world, but it was very experimental for the time because it tried to combine elements and ways of playing which we're not used to with these players and characters. All of these fantasy LARPs, together with Chronicles of Dawnguard, influenced the start of the Elder Scrolls Chronicles, which I also presented earlier. So it's Elder Scrolls themed LARP, and that's about it. But the Pagni Zakon steampunk LARP, which was a one-shot from a convention, also influenced the start of Tara Pokache Sviet, Steam Runs the World, the steampunk fantasy series, which is political and about world building by Sven Nemeth. It has since been really, really popular, and it's one of the okay, it's no longer played in as attractive location as before, but it's been one of the most popular social LARPs for the time when it's running, and of course it's been a steampunk, so it had really, really interesting costume and steampunk. All of this also started some sci-fi LARPs. The first of which was PoRtaL LARP by Zoran Vlahovic and Magio Logožar, and who basically started it. Also Pavle did a lot of work, did a huge amount of work on it. So basically it's an airsoft LARP. It's an airsoft LARP with a sort of Fallout-ish subject. And independently of that, but somewhat influenced by Pavel Pokache was Carmen LARP, which was the first Croatian sci-fi LARP. Like those LARP before, the fantasy LARPs, which are like mostly, hey, you can bring all elements from history and fantasy here. Carmen did that for sci-fi. There was only one event where it ran, but it was influential in a way that it produced a Star Wars LARP, which was recently run by Ivo and Matija Mihalkovic, which basically used the same rule set as this one, and it was also, that one was more social, very much like this one. Okay, so the next one, from Lambis New, we had this huge line here, which basically, I'm not going to read all this LARPs. There have been many, but it was basically an explosion of chamber LARPs. Some of them written in Croatia, some of them imported. One of the most famous imported LARPs was Limbo by Torkit Legland, which I ran last year in June. And the last year's on last year's PoRtaL, one of these LARPs has actually been created and played during the workshop reunion. So it was basically created in the workshop that started Friday evening and it was played Sunday evening. This influenced my designs for ISGON 1 and 2, the pervasive sci-fi fantasy LARP, which Killer is now making a sequel of. And about that time, Camarilla and the Vampire LARP series that I also presented started. So this is history of Croatian LARP in short. Very, very monolithic to one point, and then spreading around, making all these different playstyles and scenes. So basically, as time progressed, starting mainly from 2012, there have been a lot of choices about what you want to play in Croatia, which styles you prefer, and I would say that there has been something for pretty much everyone. Whether you want combat fantasy, steampunk, sci-fi, Nordic style, chamber LARPs, etc. Some of the stuff that we don't have here is like we don't have educational LARPs, we don't have professional LARPs yet, we don't have LARPs for children, but that might also change one day. So this is the current scene in Croatia and basically why it came to be the way that it is. Are there any questions, comments? Yes?
Okay, my name is Martin and I'm from Hungary. I'm just asking because I followed your blog about the Star Wars and Star Trek class. Do you have any intention to extend it to airsoft or nerve-based or just stays in a common style, like chamber style LARP?
Okay, Star Wars LARP was not the one I ran. I ran a Star Trek LARP, which is a 45-minute chamber LARP, which you'll be able to play tomorrow, Star Trek Tetris. But well, basically, I wrote that for a Star Trek fan club. I also wrote that of the Japanese Emperor for another Surf Minicon, which had Oriental subjects. So basically, the stories that I try to tell in these LARPs are mostly about people. The setting was just a backdrop, so the methods and mechanics you can see in those LARPs could be probably applied to any subject and anything. Whether I personally make it or not, it's no problem. Yes.
I have a question, Andrea, Italy. We can see that from 2008, 2009, there is a flourishing explosion of LARPing.
From
of different kind. Like you said before, we stopped to try to change and start to do it.
Yeah.
Can you try to give your inside vision of how the LARPing scene could change? What is the point really important? Do you think it's this that you stop to try to change and start making LARP, or you think there is something else?
Okay. The thing is, the Croatian LARP community has for a very, very long time had a very, very collective mindset, which was everybody was trying to get together and decide and try to discuss and decide what's best for everyone. Try to decide what's best for everyone and what everyone should do. Afterwards,
what's
okay?
What's TP?
What's TP?
Okay, I will explain. So basically, we can see that there have been, I'd say, two major issues. One is some problematic people, which is what TP stands for. Basically, I'm not going to tell the story now. But there have been some very, very ugly personal fights between people. Some of it ended up with certain people getting out of the decision-making progress. That has been, as you can see. The other has been about what your question originally was. Basically, a couple of us saw that okay, there have been several of us. Basically, what you want to do will not appeal to everyone in the same way.
Okay.
So we have
done the last that you want to do.
yeah, we have decided that we would want to create LARPs that we wanted to play. So we took the steps and did it. And the problem with it was because a lot of the old guys, once here, tried to make it out like it was much more difficult than they appeared to be. And it was through this process that we discovered it was really not. It really depends on what kind of LARP do you want to create, what kind of a plot structure you want to run. But creating LARP can get complex, can get simple. There are ways you can do that. There are things you can do that will make your job easier. And it was really interesting to see because, for example, the LARPs I ran, Terra Nova, 2012. It was the first LARP I did. It was the first 3-day LARP I basically was head organizer of. I had 2 co-organizers and a total of 17 people playing together with us, co-organizers, and it was so exhausting. I was barely able to move afterwards. Well, on the other hand, last year I ran ISGON 2, which had 96 people from 6 countries in 4 different time zones, which was not which was not as exhausting to me as Terra Nova 2012 with 17 people, because I ran it differently, I structured the plots differently. And there are many things you can do to help yourself get organized, to help to empower the players actually to create the storylines and to set things right, so there's less you have to do on site. But it's basically manageable. You get the help, you get the right people, and it's doable. It's not as hard as they meant to be, because back in early 2000s, they were telling us it would take them it will take them half a year to come up with 2 crappy quests, and people believe them because they had nothing else for reference. So a lot of people got scared actually from starting their own events.
Thanks.
Any more questions? Yes.
Do you have any problem with recruiting and the newcomers and the other? But instead, do you have any tryouts to recruit more people for LARPs?
The explosion that you see here has been in part followed by heavy recruitment. So for all these LARPs, you basically have some people who play only those LARPs. Some of them we pull into the greater LARPing scene. But most groups recruit primarily into themselves. It's not like clans that Angelina mentioned, although that also happened back in this era. We also had clans recruiting primarily for each other, but now it's mostly LARPs recruiting, and it depends, but most LARPs are exposing their players to the greater scene, or their players can't expose anyhow.
Okay. May I have another question?
Yeah.
And what is your situation in the media, the TV, radio, and newspaper and others?
Well, media is sometimes problematic because media wants to portray us in costumes. That's one thing they do, and it's one of the things I don't like. But we had some, the Croatian LARP scene had some TV appearances on national television. Some of it was good, some of it not so, some of it depends on who you ask. But we had some TV appearances, some news appearances, but mostly not so much. Our primary methods are word of mouth. Our primary methods of getting new recruits are actually new recruits who then bring their friends to play if they like the LARP, of course. We had some. We have long-standing. Okay, you can usually find LARPers on sci-fi conventions, which are a big thing in Croatia. So you can typically find some stands. You can find some presentations and such demonstrations or chamber LARPs, depending on who's organizing them, and it depends what you see. For example, I often organize presentations in chamber LARPs. Only much often organize permanent stands, rather similar to the one Symbion has, with demonstrations in battle arena and stuff. So different conventions, you can get to experience different things, different styles of LARP and such. Are there any more questions? Yes, Angelina.
So just to clarify, what happened to the first generation of LARPers? They stopped playing at all?
Most of them did. There's a couple of us. Okay, the first generation, do it from the first LARP, or from who started playing in the first year? Which one of those? From the first year, there are, I think, 2 people still playing. From the first LARP, there's more of us. Out of us Croats, I think there have been 3 of us in Kutina, on stuff. So we have experience from there, but we were not on. No one who came here today was in the first year. Yes.
I have a question from Hungary. I want to know if you think it is at all important to know the other players out of game to be able to enjoy.
It depends on the LARP, which is because some LARPs don't create communities out of here. There are lots to do. Other LARPs sometimes go way more than I think than I have time. But I think it's important that at least a minimum amount of players knowing each other is important in a LARP, because even okay, for example, Terra Nova that I run, it has pretty much no regular meetings in the community, but it's one of the effects of minimalism. While say Ognjeni Mač and Kamagila Agram are very big on community. But I feel it's important for players to at least get to know each other a little bit before the LARP starts, so they know, so they have the safety area. Okay, he's not a jerk if he did that to my character because I talked to him before and he's a nice guy. So I'd say it's important to at least somewhat get to know players before the LARP, or to be able for healthy relationships between players to develop, which is that I think is being covered in pretty much all Croatian LARPs. But not all of them have a permanent community that communicates throughout the entire year. Some of them do, some of them don't. Are there any other questions? Okay, then thank you for your time. This will be.
Before we go on our lunch break, we would like to ask the pretty Polish people to present about their country's LARP scene, if possible. Is it possible?
Yeah, it is.
And if you could fit in like 15 to 20
Is it
minutes.
possible to fit Polish LARPs in 15 minutes? Sorry.
20?
Certainly, always wasn't this acceptable. Okay, as far as you start, the movie just stir up, maybe some contrast to what we said now, to let your minds, yes, go to sleep for a moment. If I'm too fast, just scream slower, okay? I'm trying to improve. Basically, the first thing you will watch in a moment. Not. Okay, first a little movie.
Sound. Yeah, we need a sound. It's the movie that our community prepared. It's the trailer to the movie called LARP. It's half-an-hour movie, which you could find on the internet. But this is the 1 minute trailer to it. I hope that you like it. It's scenes from Polish LARPs.
Maybe we'll skip some. Fine.
Turn on.
Oh.
Such character.
Hi, I'm Dubinsky, Graham, from Life Society, and basically I'm working in the Polish and Silesian LARP community, making some LARPs, connecting us with people abroad. Oh, this is my point. Okay. So I'll present you Polish, not the Polish LARP, Polish LARP, yes. And I won't show you any games. I will show you how our culture looks like. Because our LARP culture is not only about the games, it's about everything during the games, what's around the games, what's happening with us as players, with us as community. The way we play. There are some kinds of games we play, and I want to just show you what the most popular kinds are. First, terenówki, auto LARPs. I choose the Polish word terenówki because is quite controversial in Poland. It means dozens of types of games, which all are outdoor, not only LARPs. But in our community, it's based on LARPs which are played outdoor. Not only Buffalo LARPs. It can be Nordic LARPs. It can be Scout games. It can be Buffalo LARPs, of course, and so on and so on. Similar games. And yes, the formerly most popular, but not now, kind of games were Buffalo LARPs, traditional fantasy Buffalo LARPs. At the moment, they're quite unpopular. Yes, the biggest ones are these kind of games, but there are 4 or 5 left in the moment for about 100 to 450 players. These are the count of players in Poland on big Buffalo LARPs. But other types of LARPs are getting more and more popular, but this later. And there are some trends and some places I want to introduce. The first place, the fantasy village, Wioska Fantasy. It's in the southern eastern corner of Poland, near Przemysl. Yes, and Wioska Fantasy is a village for LARPers. Totally for LARPers. It's not as big as the Canadian ones we might know from, for example, the movie White Hunt, right? Yeah, thank you. But it's quite nice, and some trends. There are the most trends now. The most popular trends during outdoor LARP creation are what you see is what you get. So we're trying to build a 360 rate illusion. Dogma 99. There are games happening which try to be Dogma-ish. So not only what you get, but minimum of rules, maximum of close to home playing. So the characters are rather low, are rather historical, are less fantasy, and there are virtually no high fantasy LARPs in Poland now. And Du kannst, was das denn kannst? It's a German idea about mechanics. So you can what you can show. It's a very, very nice mechanics which somehow revolutionized our LARP market or LARP culture, and according to the outdoor LARPs a few years ago. Okay, to keep it short, Du kannst, das schon kannst is not mechanics. You just show what you can do. And there are no living points, so if you fight, the loser has to choose when he will lose, how he will lose, and why he will lose. If you feel, as player, that this is the time to lose because the opponent is better than you, or his moves are better than you and than yours, or he hit you in the head with a great claymore, you have to just think, okay, this is the time to lose, and I will lose. Or if you want to play out things like sex or like magic or alchemy or something, it has to be convincing. It has to look good, and it looks good. Chamber LARPs. At the moment, chamber LARPs are the most popular kind of LARPs in Poland. From about 80 LARPs which filled out our LARP census this year, only about 8 to 10 were outdoor LARPs. The rest were chamber LARPs. There are convention-style chamber LARPs, which are played on conventions. There are similar to Comic Con, but they are called PoRtaL, Falcon, Groicon, Nordcon, whatever con. And this cons are the perfect place for us to teach new people how to play. There used to be many vampire LARPs. Now there are many realistic LARPs, which are just try to tell something about the life now, how it is to love, feel, to live, to have some tragedies. Some of the lives are science fiction or cyberpunk-ish, but there are more and more realistic LARPs. Why? I'll tell later. LARP campaigns also exist in Poland, but they aren't as popular as in other countries. For example, the big outdoor LARPs are mainly played year by year by year, so annual. The chamber LARP campaigns are a small part. There used to be Poland by Night, a great vampire campaign which was played in the whole of Poland for several years. Then it died. like vampires used to die. You know, sunlight, new ideas, and they fell away. There was they tried to revive it and did it. Shadows of Poland, and it's played now. There are lab campaigns like, for example, Drama Cieszyńska, the Teszyn drama, which is played non-stop since 16 years now, since winter 1998. And there's still people which play at this moment in Czechia this game. So you have an alter ego, and third, and there are not vampire campaigns. We have steampunk campaigns, as Triple Arms. We had science fiction campaigns, and so on. And freeforms, which in Poland basically means LARPs, which have a structure that isn't based on one time, one place, one action, like the ancient Greek theater, but they're different. For example, when we have a freeform chamber LARP with 3 acts, every act can be a scene at a different place, different time. For example, first I play a little game about how the situation in my family is now. It's bad, for example. Then a retrospection, why our family screwed everything up, and then we get back to our present and play what the effects are now from the past. These games, one of the games I made, for example, had 9 scenes, was for 7 hours, was very cinematic, and about cinematic games, which are a kind of a development of the freeform movement. I will show you in just a moment. Cinema-style action LARP. I put it in because it's quite characteristic for my association, Lifeform. Okay, slower. There's some ideas which make this LARP so cinematic. For example, imagine you're 7 people in a Star Wars crew on a spaceship. The LARP starts. You see a big black wall, okay, everything is dark. In a moment, you hear the classical movie music from Star Wars, and yellow informations and words flow past the space. And the game starts with a movie. These iconic tricks create a very movie-like feeling. But that's not all. We use cutting the game into several parts, like acts, like scenes, short scenes, G-form-ish commentaries to the now played scenes, and so on. And we use mechanics which are just nice to look at. So they're very, yes, again, du kannst, was darstellen kannst. You can what you can show. And this way we create games which feel like movies. And they have to be, of course, payrolls at the end to show who made the game, who played the game, make the right feeling. These games, mostly chamber LARPs, but not only. You can blockbuster, you buffalo LARPs. It is a new age of a project I like to advertise because again, Lifeform, which tried to use the methods of our cinematic chamber LARPs into big buffalo LARPs. Okay, they weren't buffalo LARPs as we just hit each other and try to win. They have its own history, a lot of emotions on. But it was outdoor. There were some buffers, so it's basically a buffer LARP. And yes, you can do outdoor LARPs which are cinematic by using the same methods. You can cut a game into some pieces like acts. I think the people in Sweden with the project, what's it called? This whole Battlestar LARP.
Celestia.
Yes, right, Celestia. Use something like this. They cut the big game into parts. You can do it also outdoor. You can do it in a bigger scale. You can give some movies at the start, some movies at the end, create mechanics which enforces players to play nicely. For example, you can make hand-to-hand fightings, yes, which is safe and looks good, like Kung Fu. Why not? We use it. It looks very good, like you see here. And it was safe. Nobody was killed. They used their own fists, and nobody was killed. No hurt. Oh, and scenic LARPs. You can play LARPs at the scene. Using these methods, using these several methods like G-form, but normal LARP. So not so many actions from the game master. Okay, less game mastering, more in LARP actions which create something games. Okay, about how to do it, I can tell it later with the questions. Now keep it small, keep it simple, stupid. Next slide. City games. City games are a very growing part of our LARP scene, and yes, they are a part of the LARP scene because many LARPers do city games for money, for fun, because they just lost a bet and had to do it, whatever. But why? Why do LARPers do city games, which basically aren't LARP? Okay, they're gamists. You play a game, a city with people, and sometimes there are some non-play characters. In Poland, an NPC has different meanings, and I can explain it later. But in this part, the NPCs mean people who are quest givers. Normally, NPCs are more like helpers for the organizers. In this games, they're quest givers. And you can promote LARP to the games. Why? Because people now, in Poland at least, what this game is. Nobody knows LARP. Just know, LARP, it's something good to eat. No, it's a game. City games, city games. Yes, there was like a big city game in last day, last week, last whatever. And you can promote LARP. Because if you, as a LARP group, make under your LARP brand a kind of LARPish city game for a lot of people, these people will like your Facebook page. They will speak to you. They will recognize you. And sooner or later, they will come to your LARP. Also, the Monday reality with zombies. The biggest game I know about was Zombie Escape. Ewakuacja it was called in Polish. Written for V. And it's about taking lost people. There was over 700 people. Half of them which were painted like zombies and distributed to the city, and the other half were poor people who tried to get from A to B, not being killed, bitten, or something else. Of course, there were game mechanics which make the whole process safe. But overall, we managed to create a long-lasting feeling of fantasy actions in our home city Katowice. Where now everybody knows, oh, Lightroom, they make this zombie-ish thing when the whole city was just dead. It was badass. And non-stop city LARP chronicles, oh, I said about it. Basically, this chronicle LARPs, which don't stop for 1 year, 2 years, 15 years, 16 years, are mostly played in a city. So the organizers don't say, today we have a meeting at this and this place. No. The player do it. The players have a role, have their character sheets, their abilities, and so on. And these players has to make their own actions to create something. For example, if I want to be the Prince of Warsaw, I have to somehow create a community. I have to make regular meetings so my community can bow before me and say, oh, my great prince, I want to give you for And for example, please, I need a new town test because I'm a prince too, or a child, whatever. The players create the game, and they use the cities very much to create a playground. So we basically just changing the living area of us for our playground. Nordic, LARP, Polish LARP, yes. 2009 or 10, I think, was the first moment we had contact with Nordic LARPers, Swedes, and the contact was increasing. We had some delegations at Nudepunkt. They came to us. We speak with each other. We just saw their Nordic LARP book. Wow, nice pictures, nice LARPs. We want to do it too, and we did. For example, the kinds of Nordic LARPs. There are Nordic LARPs which are Nordic because of the topic. For example, LARPs about love and sex. From my love, the pictures from LARP about sex and love and different things. There are LARPs about culture, like rock and roll, like music, whatever else, based on culture. For example, LARPs which are an interpretation of a song or a picture or something. Am I too fast? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. And Don't be afraid of this word. It was I was not want to show what is happening now in Poland. There, the more Nordic our LARP became, the more experiments we started to do. For example, is culture really an important value for us? So, Kamil made a LARP, Kamil PoRtaL, about burning books, biblioclass. The LARP was called Chaos in the PoRtaL. It was about a group of punks which just choose which part of culture is, according to them, worth existing. And they burned things like Voltaire's manifest, they burned down some poetry, they burned down some Bibles, they burned down everything they could burn, because the players at the moment just came to the resolution that no, we don't need culture. Okay, I want them to spoil the game as a whole, but the whole idea. And sometimes the experiments go very, very far. And well, I don't want to talk about it too much. Nobody died, nobody was hurt, but still some people have some little traumas about how Nordic LARP can be. And G-forms. It's also Nordic because some Swedes just thought that freeform is too mainstream, so let's make it G-form. And G-forms as a form, is anybody here who don't? Okay, who knows G-form? Hands up. Okay, G-form is a kind of scenic LARP in which you have an open scenario, so everybody knows what will happen. And the game masters only introduces some scenes, some ideas. The viewers, because they are viewers, can also propose some scenes, some ideas to the game, and the players can play every role they want at this moment. There are much other rules which create a very, very open game. And it's basically something like improvised theater in large style. So that's G-form. And in Poland there are very, very many, many G-forms being created about several topics. About human trafficking, okay, about love, about telephones, about
Japanese style, about everything.
yes, about everything. Okay. And the culture around the play. But more important, of course, the culture around the play. What is happening in Poland? Not connected with LARPs, which isn't LARP itself. For example, the Polish LARP conference, COLA, the next one will in January 2015. It's every year in January, so we can just make a revision of the whole past year. Quite convenient. This will be the first one. We started 2011, or 12, January 12th. And of course, us here, many participants, sometimes from different countries. We try to make as many English panels as possible. If there will be many people from abroad, everything will be English, I think. And Katowice is a city in the south of Poland, so it's easy for you to come there. And for example, except the presentations like here, there are also presentations of scientific
Point of view?
no, badania.
Science.
Scientific science, okay. Like a LARP census, which basically is a trial to bring our LARP culture into ciphers, counts, into numbers. So, how many LARPs we have, what they like to play, how many they want to pay for the play, and so on. LARP education and edu-LARP. LARP education is very strong in Poland. This man here, Michał Polski, has a PhD of LARP education, basically, and history, and he makes lots of very, very interesting projects about LARP education, edu-LARP, and so on. And we have a lot of people who just make their master degrees about LARP. Well, I know 5 or 6 of them, and it's maybe 1/3 of all. So LARPing is getting more and more popular, also in through scientific game groups. Okay. Circles. Thank you very much. The slower I speak, the less I think, so it's hard for me to slow down. But there are also, okay, but first, education. So how do we teach ourselves to do LARP? Because the Polish community has a very healthy interaction between each other. We like each other, we help each other, we have common projects. As a matter of fact, we just love to work together. There are projects like LARP, for example, where we just combine our print and play LARPs, so everybody can read them and learn from them. Our LARP theory is also free to read on LARP.PL and so on. On LARP conference I mentioned earlier, we also speak very openly about what works, how and so on. It wasn't always so. There were historical moments in Polish LARP history where there were some conflicts, quite harsh, and were some misunderstandings. But by small steps, and I can speak about them later, we managed to change everything. And now we are one big LARP community. Okay, basically two, but we like each other. Questions later, please. Yes?
Quick question, Sylvia from Hungary. How many people does this community cover?
Okay.
4,000 at the LARP group.
Yes, the Polish LARP group has about 4,000, yes, attendance. It's hard to count. According to my knowledge, it might be that in Poland about 10 to 15,000 people has played at least once in a LARP. But I have no other way to count it than to extrapolate the numbers we now have. At this moment, about 1,000 people in Poland play LARP, of which about 300 people were eager enough to fulfill a few hour long LARP census and questionnaire. So let's have a look. The LARP creative community is about 100 people, which are very active, and several others which are less active but still do LARP. Okay, EduLARP and project democracy. EduLARP is a LARPing used for teaching people skills and or knowledge, basically. Positive Edukacja was a project from Michał, which is based on teaching children the basics of democracy and in the 17th century Poland, as well as another. So the Sarmatic Poland. So I can, or Zula can, for example, explain the whole project later because it's quite long. The effects are that by LARPing, children have 56% better scores. This is LARPing. How it worked later. And UKW, the Kazimierz Wielki University, it's the first university in Poland where LARPing is included as a topic. There's a course called Humanistics 2.0, where there is a specialization about gamification, about game design, and there LARPing is a full topic. And the idea is to increase the importance of LARP to make a LARP course at the university, so it's quite advanced. The Polish LARPing Awards. We have some, we had more, some of them died, some are still available, and some still exist. Like Złote Maski and LARP Lotów, the two biggest ones. Obviously Gold Masks. I used to win one, now they banished me to be the judge, so I can't win anyone more. I'm sorry about it, but they aren't. And the important thing is that these LARP awards have a great impact on how LARPers make LARPs. Why? Because we create trends. The year I make my LARP in the cinematic style, Star Wars, Cruise of Urine, it was the one of very few games which has a very, very big emphasis on form, on how to cut the game into pieces, to make scenes and so on, special effects and so on. The next year there were much more LARPs this way. But the next year I had a more psychological LARP one, and now we see the impact of it. So we can create trends by awards. If you want to make, it's not a goal, but it's happening. Also, it's a possibility to show players that there are better or worse LARPs, and which are better. It might not be egalitarian but it creates a healthy concurrence between the creators to make better games. Yes, please.
About these awards, everyone from whole Europe could go into this convention.
Yes.
Pelcon and Falcon. Falcon is in Lublin. It's in the corner, near to your countries. So you could go there and show your labs and win very nice prizes and awards. So the differential between Złote Maski and Larpy Najdroższych Lotów is that in Golden Mask we've got 3 different statues. First one is for scenario. The second one is for the best MG team, Game Master team. And the third one is for the best player. So you could also came and just play, sometimes in English. And at the Larpy Najdroższych Lotów, we've got only one award, and there's no runner-ups. It's the best player. And the differential between Golden Mask and Larpy Najdroższych Lotów is that at Golden Mask you could prepare any game that you wanna, or GIG form or freeform, and to LNL you had to prepare LARP to the topic. Last year it was Kitsch, Prince was dying, choose the prince. It's connected to the vampire LARPs and other stuff like that, when everyone tried to discuss and make quests. This year it will be at the November, and the topic is adaptation of the art.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Oh, nice picture. It's autumn or fall LARP. I said something about the Polish LARP styles in the 2 communities. There's a fancy Nordic chamber and so on community, the bigger one, and a slightly smaller post-apo community. There's little contact, but there is some. We like each other, but we don't have one total community. For example, Zula is from the post-apo part, and still we work together and like each other. So it's okay. And yes, the Polish LARP conventions, where we play. I will show you 3 types. There are more, of course. First of them are PoRtaL, Falcon, Joy-Con, and so on, and the big expos. These are conventions which are held at schools or at expo areas, like PoRtaL and Falcon, which are big, several thousand attendants, and the most attendants are from the fantasy panels, other for between authors and so on. But there's still a part which LARP, and then you can play the most chamber LARPs in Poland. And Joy-Con, for example, there's a very big emphasis on LARPing, and the block is very big. So we have a theory block, we have a GIG block, several LARP blocks, and so on. There are LARP vacations, so there's convents which are lasting a week, 2 weeks, maybe a little longer even. Like Hardcon, Orcon, then we LiveCon the moment there's Flamberg, and so on. These are LARP convents, which are mostly outdoor, so you can spend in a tent or in houses and just attend to many LARPs, which basically are chamber or outdoor LARPs. And the next step, it's interesting. So if I sleep, you can hear now. First, replay. It's her project. Yes, replay is a very nice idea to replay the best LARPs of the last 5 years. So if a LARP won an award.
Only chambers.
It's on chambers, yes. But they can be English or something. And so you can come to replay to Zielona Góra. It's the west near Germany. And you can replay the best games in the best conditions for only 50 zł for LARP. So it's quite, it's about...
It's less than €3 for one game.
Oh, yes. Yes, right. LubLab and Life University are educational projects with workshops, places where you can come and learn about LARP. There are monthly. Life University is made in Katowice. LubLab is the bigger one, it's made in Lublin. Also starring several quite good LARP creators from whole Poland. And the idea is to create a place where both common people, which don't know what's LARP, and LARPers can learn something about LARPing, make LARPs, and improve their workshop. And the games to play. This place where I want to answer some questions and put a little movie about some of our games in the background. So first I want to show some pictures from Gia's Burkon. We don't need sound for it because there will be only pictures to see. And
Movie or picture?
Movie. What is this? It's moving pictures. Oh yes, this one. Nice. Yes, they are, I think. And do you have any questions now about the Polish lab community and lab style? Nothing?
It goes in the background. Please ask the question if you've got any.
I'll ask you all the questions one day without.
Okay, yes, that's true. Okay, true. Okay, GS was what is what you get LARP. This was the first edition. It was 2011. I think, yes. 10. 10. Yes, right, totally. 2010. No, 11. I'm sure 11. Yes. 2011, sorry. And which is played at the Grodziec castle. This was a whole castle to play, and everything was in-game, totally everything. Nice feeling to game. Okay, any questions about our LARP? Okay.
I want to ask, is it like a tradition to have a trailer or a film for every LARP?
Yes, it is a tradition in Poland. Totally, yes. The first trailers are from the years about 2006 or 7, I'm not sure, from Fantazjada. And after that, the next movie happened. At this moment, virtually every bigger lab, and even some smaller chamber labs, has their own trailers, video documentations, and so on.
I also want to ask, is it like, do you do these movies from inside, so you have people in the organizations who are able to provide service for this, like get a camera and everything equipment?
It depends.
Or do you make contracts with outside?
Depends. Mostly, we have our own people with the jobs as professionalists. In live form, for example, we have a couple of directors, which are basically directors. They finish school and they are just they are professionals. Others have just good cameras and do it. But basically, if you don't have the right possibilities and yes, people do it, you can just ask somebody else who would like to cooperate. And so, if somebody from another organization needs help, we are here. Okay, and yes, please.
How many LARPers have you guys in Poland? Like, and the other connected question that how many people take part in each event?
So we have in Poland about 1,000 to 2,000 active players now. There were much more, of course, which used to play but don't play, or so on, or just played occasionally. And the biggest Polish LARP events had about 450 players at one time. Fantazjada 2011, as far as I know. The normal now is about 100 to 150 players at the big LARPs. Of course, the bigger like 200, but the normal is about 100, 150. The chamber LARPs are basically around 12 to 18 players, basically, but the smallest are for 5 people, 4 people, 7 people, and so on. Okay.
I could tell you why this game is so important for our community and why we show you that. Because different than in your countries, as we know, we try to get money for our LARP from government, and we take it. This is the first LARP in Poland that...
Not the first, but one of the most important.
Yeah, we got, for this LARP, we got from European Union 10,000 euro for this LARP. So we take a castle, we prepare a really big ball inside, there was costume, there was a lot of props buying, and if you have any question about getting grants and getting money from your country, from the European Union, from the government of your country, please ask us. We do that few times, more than few, and still we are looking now an example, working with formal groups from different countries to prepare LARP events, interactual. Yeah.
Maybe new page, for example. No? Okay, O for N. There's O for N. Okay, this example is a trailer for a chamber LARP for only 6 players. Yes, please.
I have a question.
Okay, yes.
If you mentioned that LARP Fantasia has 400 people in it,
Yes.
how story-oriented was it? Like, what happened during the LARP? More like a Renaissance fair or something.
Okay, Fantasia is a fantasy, it's low fantasy LARP in a medieval style, which is held on a fortress in the southern Poland. And basically the idea of this game is to recreate this low medieval society and create some social dynamics which create some actions and build in some events which will have impact on the social dynamics, which change over time and make the game interesting. That's the shortcut. If you want to explain it as events, for example, 2011 there were some fights between some professional armies to get sponsors and which will buy them for their wars and so on. And these games are quite different kinds of games. This game was in this type. Oh, these are movies from the game. And sorry for the poor quality. And the game was LARP, which was basically something like moment. Something called Hunger Games. Yes, Hunger Games style LARP in Poland. That's quite interesting because there were 2 LARPs in one LARP. It was made by the Wales Association, by the way. Yes, so not our work.
This is material from after from the LARPers ended the LARP and speaking about it, so they're very excited. The camera shaking. This is the Hunger Games. The part of the gamers go to the woods with Android telephones, with program that we wrote for Android, and they at the same time. The second part of the players get a party, really big party, when they are watching what the players in the woods do, because they prepared movies, small movies by the androids, and we investigate what they are wearing, where they are on the map, which we've got on the wall. So it was some. Oh, it's me. It's some kind of, experiment. We try this once again in this year, but as you see, the games that we choose are really different, and the style that we are playing now in Poland, the motive, is to use interactive techniques, to use mobile phones, to use tablets, laptops. An example, I prepared a game which about the submarine, when you could crew by the submarine with 11 different laptops connected in the network, and you could go by the submarine and were fighting with different submarines, and it's of course some kind of Swedish Scandinavian drama also.
Okay. Questions?
No questions.
Okay. So thank you very much for listening to us. In the there will be a short pause. Yes, the break now after us.
Yes.
So we'll just put some movies on the screen So if I want to see it with sound and subtitles, you have the possibility, and you can just watch what we're doing.
I don't think that we are so Nordic style because the true Poland is like that.
Okay, so thank you very much.
Second, there's a 1 hour lunch break, so everyone get back here at 3:30, and you can find info at the reception on which places to go to eat. So there are restaurants.
Igen, mindjárt rámegy. Maradjon itt a videó. Hagyjam azt, mert végül is van videó.
Nagyon csak.
Speak too fast.
Yes, there is a shred marker right over there. Yes, please do use it.
Azért lett pincéről, mert a mindenben bent van a név és a nézés, amire számít. Van már neked? Az enyém is a cégnek megfelel. Megint persze, hogy közé többében van.
Just a sec. Yeah. Yes, of course. Itt Hungarian 101 van, úgyhogy az Y-nak az életlenül kéne legyen. Jó. Igen, és most?
Új cím.
Hanyas vagyunk? 40?
Hát én nem tudom.
Megnézem, jó? Már hogy ide ír. Yes, I'm ordering from the internet.
Dragon deserve.
Yeah, we'll give him a pizza.
Just a sec. Hang on. Oh, hang on.
I'm ordering from my yes. Nie, bo was jest nie w stanie, tylko Dim chciał przyłączyć. To nie wyszło.
Akkor nézzük, hogy lehet rendezni általános időszerűen.
Ja, szerintem nem.
Oh, nice.
Nem tudom, te mit ajánlasz. Akkor
Innen nem lenne.
ez a koreográfia.
A fél trófa az jó, csak hát elég drága.
Akkor legyen ez.
Ennek pont van viszont.
Igen? Igen. Akkor melyik legyen?
Én ki vagyok és veszek oda.
Akkor legyen ez. Jó, akkor ez lesz. Légy is csak be kell adni, és nem kell felvinni senki.
Nem, vizébe kijelöltem akarsz.
Igen, és ezt nem csinálod majd.
Aztán izé rámész, hogy megrendeled.
Mondjuk rámegyek. És akkor ott, hogy megrendeled? Jó.
És igazából ennyi. Hogyha a telefonszámon meg lehet adni, akkor nem az enyémet, akkor add meg a tiédet, és akkor jó, ha meg az enyémet, akkor meg a kapcsolatban.
Akkor kapsz pizzát. Szóval most ezt nem a szalád. Does anyone want to order pizza? Pizza? Anyone pizza? Nobody want pizza? What kind of pizza would you like? Spicy. The good one. No! Okay, maybe we should choose one.
Or whole day.
Whole day. Okay, so two pizzas then. 30 centimeters and...
It could be, yeah. One spicy, very spicy for Lisa.
Where there is Mexican.
They said it's spicy and, you know, it was quite spicy. Very spicy.
Szia, Anna, jössz kajálni? And one, there is ungherese, which has chili, salami.
Yeah, okay.
Where?
One is like that, and the second one, there's anything like kabaya.
Yes.
Okay, so
Kaja? Kaja, most rendelünk pizzát, nem rendelsz? Rendeltek.
Okay. Oh, different. He choose the pizza.
No. No.
I'm sorry?
No.
You're not ordering pizza.
No.
All right.
Because he's Italian.
No. Pizza maker.
Oh, I see. So why did you choose the pizza with you?
Because I can take nothing about Italy in a plane.
Viszont reméljük arra, úgyhogy én akkor elköszönöm.
You want to come?
Igen, jövök vissza a próbáló. És holnap jövök, és találkozunk.
Hajrá, a próbával jövő hétvégén már leszek.
Jól van.
Ez egy hét múlva már
Gratuláljanak rám. De nem azért.
Miért?
Mert hogy ezt a helyzetet túléltem, pedig egy rész.
About to do a large break. Where we could go to eat.
Ask at the reception.
Okay, I must ask you.
Yes. Okay. What is the other pizza? What is Hawaiian? Hawaiian. Hawaiian. Szia, Jill! Jó, és akkor én is rendelek egy. Tehát, hogy 2,26 akarsz, vagy 1,30? Jól van. Van, csak nem szögtenék le akkor. 26-os.
Ez a 32-es. Meg ezt a kéne valami szköttes.
Annak én meg ezt a két játékot szerintem probléma nélkül.
Jó.
Nem olyan kultúrsos, utána tényleg nem tudom, hogy ezt legalább.
Akkor az is leszek egy. Jó.
It's on Lapis PL, if only the main words. It's called Time Space Love. And there's everything written down how to do it.
Yay, it's ordered!
Time Space Love.
It's set maximum 50 minutes. Great, 50 minutes
Great.
tops.
I don't believe.
Okay, it's okay.
Pizza there. Okay. Goodbye. Say good luck.
Take care. Mi nem mentünk jönni, ilyen szívós
Simple idea is to in case of the players during the game to get best if it's stand what they want to in game modes they could be and the more you get engaged in this and players lose immersion very we are doing because the option to pick to make it the games that players totally say this game is for 70 players and no more. So we haven't done. It's what we need to do because otherwise our games very reasons then the game work out.
It has good parts. Also, you have to look like this or you don't get to participate. That's like very high standards.
We have to leave some Poland, but they aren't good at games. So still, they have high standards. The effect is the positive effect that there's one game with high standards, and okay, just the high standard, nothing more, which generates that the players buy the stuff, now they have them. So the other putting games are better too, because for this lab I bought the stuff, I can use it everywhere. And this is where I was going to need. This is something here. Hope nobody will steal my laptop out of these others.
Or my tablet.
I guess we're the only ones left. Yeah, no, they're sitting to the right. Right away.
Jó. Összeszedem a kézzel. Van 1000 forint.
Bo w sumie pizzę mam zobaczyć i jakby była też, kurde, może jakiś Red Bull albo coś, nie? Coś
Red Bull jest Red Bull możliwe, sam Red Bull się tam cięcia, tam masz chwilę energię, opa, to jest pół godziny, więcej godziny.
No to kupiłeś mniej więcej Red Bulli, żeby trafić.
Co lepiej? Red Bull Madness. Red Bull, jak coś mieszane, Madness. Red Bull Madness. Red Bull Madness. Co działanie, dobra. Sure. Sure. I'm curious what language sounds for you. And you're from where?
say this majority zero.
Actually, I don't like to do it. That way it doesn't come in.
Yeah, it says zero.
How long is the break till 3:30 or 4?
The 30, 40 minutes, I think, break. Yeah. Don't know when it started. But
Yeah, me too.
it goes shortly from the end.
Do you know what's next on the schedule? I think Chandler said he's gonna skip his workshop.
Yes, so there's the list.
Oh, yeah. За фондове те глупости. Gle, natječaj tako. To mene stara već godinama tlači, zašto mi to ne radimo?
Ja sam to ozbiljno proučio. Zagrebačke i Hrvatske. Bilo da je kulturne, bilo da je gradske, bilo su stranačke. Ali su naše sve previše korumpirane. Pogotovo stranačke. Evo se i zato priču.
Elnézést, Kőszegi Miklós! Kőszegi Miklós! Igen?
A to trzeba być bardzo głodnym. Ja nie jestem aż tak super. Early. I go. Yeah, ready.
I can play something.
Okay, we've got. Dobra, mamy jeszcze te energy drinki na później. Masz cukierek? Jeden, dwa. Czekaj, bo ona może spróbować.
Albo burzy spokój nagle tak, budzą się do na północ. Masz mnie zakupić nie. Cały świat zwiedziłeś, zjeździłeś już i przesz i mądry jesteś tak, że aż słów podziwu brak. Dlaczego powiedz mi tak mało wiesz? Mało Wszystko mieć na własność, nawet głaz, a ja wiem, że ten głaz ma także duszę i nie ma zapewne sobie czas. Myślisz, że są ludźmi tylko ludzie, ludźmi nazywać chce twój świat, lecz jeśli pójdziesz tropem moich braci, dowiesz się największych praw, najświętszych praw. Czy wiesz, że była
Jeszcze raz proszę.
Masz mnie tak głupio.
Nie, później. Dalej.
To wiedzieć ma, to ściga świetnie, sobie leczyć się na przeżytową noc, lecz pełna wszelkich kras i wszelkich wiar, pomogący melodie, co spłyną.
O, lewica! Do mnie lewica! Gdzie jest?
Wytwórz nie ma reakcji na to.
Aha.
Ugye mikrofonos sztori lesz?
Na, nincs van a gép, hanem nincs ezt akarom ellenőrizni. Úgy már mindenféle konfidenciális.
Ezért opcionális, nem volt az ember is. Ja, ez. Ezért pénzakról nem.
És jobbára itt ültek az előadók, vagy?
Nem tudok ilyen vagy ide állt még, hogy ilyen polgárcsalád. És egy mikrofonot hozzá. Na.
Я не помню, как ты читаешь. Но я не помню.
Була есть. Здесь?
Mam ten dźwięk, jakiś ze środka, ale... I was so proud of it. It was 3 years ago. Czemu nie mówię? Oczem tu świetło Poła durna jak noc i koniec pewnego. Oh my god. Nie, to było wieki temu, nie? 2011. To pamiętam, bo szaman przyszedł do mnie, że no, ale nie możemy ciąć, nie chcę o tym, że taką przypomnienie mówiłam, że grał na tym martwie, jak się rozjawiała, śpiewał mi jakiś album. I tak się przyjmie, że jestem chrześcijanką. Moi koledzy chyba ten Tam wyżej grał najmocniej. No, że naszym majówkiem.
Oh.
It's
orgasmic.
Most biztosan fogom megnézni. De másodom magadnak.
Nincs nálam semmi zöld. Csak azért hívtam rá, annyi volt, és rácsörögni.
Jó, elmásodom, akkor majd teszem.
De szerintem az elkövetkező 2 hétben biztosan akarok találkozni. Amíg nincsen vége a tesztnek, meg addig tutinám. Utána se tanulni most, hogy lesz idő.
Ez még egy
Nekünk nagyon sok áll. Ez a baj, hogy én most tele vagyok mindennel. Most már teszt közben, és igyekszem csinálni dolgokat. Meg jön egy is. Minden szoktam most így. Tavasz az most kicsit összetolódott.
Ami meg most alaposabb tavasz után még a Strange Child is egy reményelmény. Ami meg valószínűleg olvasmány. Még egy kis elszámolásítés. Ez a Office programot szervezik. Azoknak azért tudása. Egyrészt bőroló vagy, csak igen, nagyon rombolja azt a szakint, hogy ugye egy gyerek lellovon. Nem.
Ez még az is rombolja kicsit dolgokat.
Nem csak. Tehát, hogy egy gyerek ül a lovon, és akkor érted meg. Mert ugye lovastáborokban szokott lenni normál lovastábor, hogy minden gyerek lovagol fél órát, a többi meg a rügmákod. Hát ugye...
Adtok egy tagot, rendezítik meg a lovakat.
Lásd, tavaly csak ugye egy lovastábor, és kurva volt, mert én összeraktuk
Azért nézem egy kicsit, mert van valaki. Nem, csak azért, mert van egy ember, akit meg
Viszont az, hogy nekünk olyan...
Ja.
És azért...
Hát amennyi zsebnék még van,
Az előkről van szó.
Ezeket meglókáltam, hogy közepesen lábad az a kerülsén.
Szóval, hogy... És akkor tavaly az kurva jó volt az olvastágon, mert így beosztottuk őket ilyen minigrupokba, és akkor ugye volt az a grup, aki lovagolt, és akkor a másik 2-3-at meg mentünk questekre, és ugye az ilyen iszonyat menedzsment, hogy ott ki van, ezért ki van a lóval, ki figyel ott, és akkor ott cserem, mit tudom én,
Pont ezért nem tudok működni a szanyavilág sem.
Szereztek egy GPS szemföltöt a gyerek a bukájára, a házi őrözetben lévő bűnözőknek.
Most idén nyára egész konkrétan gondolkodtam ezzel, mert kicsit félek, hogy itt a budai parkerdőbe el fognak véletni.
Azon az egyiket mi néztünk, meg egy GPS drágák, hogyan követni nyomon, tehát az kell valami antenna, kirakás és a többi, tehát ezt a nagy természetben ilyen költségeket nem lehet megoldani.
Most egyelőre arra biztos, hogy be kell ruháznunk egy walkie-talkie-szetre, mert ez egy 12 hektár az oldalunk.
Walkie-talkie-nál, meg azt, ami javasolni, hogy ott mindenképp előtt kell, mert egyszerűen a kommunikációs protokollokat így tudom, mert különben az lesz, hogy valaki elkezd beszélni, másikról is megpróbál beszélni. Elsőre szar lesz az most. Azt mindenképpen kell gyakorolni, hogy hogyan beszéltek. Azután beszélni, után meg nem tudom, hogy ne egyszerre kezdett beszélni, nem érti a másik fél, milyen csatorna, és a többi. A domináns próbálták, ez működik, meg kell gyakorolni, mert náluk is az volt, hogy első próbálok, és ilyen kommunikációs káosz lett belőle.
Hát igen, mert ugye csak attól tört, hogy magadon is megpróbálj, hogy... Hát a telefonodon fog hívni, amikor a világban. Igen. Ez lassan kell címízni, aztán kicsit sával. Ide jön a kis királytól. Az aktuális. Ez szörnyű, hogy éves volt. Ja, 2 nap.
Most volt.
No, pierwsze, drugie,
Asi szembeállják. És ott a felső világban.
Oh, yes, it is.
És ahhoz képest
Ismersz olyan geológiai kézzelműtött amit a gázszerződédik biztos, hogy semmilyen víz.
Ilyet is biztonálni tudok is.
Hiszen már kevés van, és ezeket is általában sódomokba építik. Ha már most az a slájsz, hogy amikor kiköp az erőműen néhány kiló ilyen szemetet, azt ugye évszázadokban lehet mérni a felezési idejét, hogyha nem dolgozott fel. Csak az a helyzet, hogy tényleg ezt igaz a feldolgozóinkből nem ér. És már kezdik visszahozni az egészet. Ugye ki lehet élni belőle a plutóniumot, utána hulladégezni, és akkor a felhasonlás is jobb lesz. Ez az egyik, mert a másik az egyik, hogy fosnak tőle, hogy összedobhatna a világpénzt, és tényleg még nincs hátra. Ezt sem tudom, hogy miért csinálni. Na tök jó, ezt megbaszhatnánk ilyen. Azért külszolgálatban fűteni a plutóniumot, és arra szokták használni. Szóval külszolgálatban nem van ezért, hogy a főcellán. Nyilván az időben is megoldás, meg is megoldás. Persze. Most nincs igazán, ami az űrben elég nehéz. Én szeretném azt, hogy soha nem lesz nagyon világítanak az égre. Az egyébként az avatárban azt tetszett, hogy legalább is volt megcsinálva. Fúziós meghajtás, és akkor rajta volt az infravörös kamrák is. Erről most már így nem lesz semmi például. Például biztos, hogy azért azt szerintem mindenképpen meg a másik az, hogy ugye most ott a déli rész, amikor a legelőtt a tartomány, és húzára nem érik meg. Ez nem semmi. Most így olvastam a mintet, és kb. 400 millió eurót esik kell, de hát ez tartóktól eljutott az államnál. Hát erről valami helyzet kell.
Vagy csak úgy egy sima normál, és európai normális tényleg csinálnak. Tehát ez egy napsütőségben építeni, hogy talán 4 nap.
Nem kell hozzá nekem más.
So I think at the next time
Oh, Andrea Manucci. He's sitting here. So
he's on there smoking.
He's got funny
Shape here.
Yes, basic solution.
better than mine.
When I was in Germany, very well.
Okay, I think we must talk about this.
I was like, what? That's a German song. I don't know why it was.
Because in the past, three German domains go back online on game. Köln, Bonn, and yes, yes. I have my list.
You have a list.
Yeah.
Mam jeśli chodzi o sposób Polski na lat, w jaki sposób Polscy uczymy, to jest na znowu.
So, this is my you see how many domains are in German.
Yeah. At first, when we check in Polish, I if you play 6 games too long, games shut down. Because people are more advanced, are very
yes, it's the name of it. And there exists many concepts in Germany. The goal is to get together to find a project. I know, but we play together. We show some complaints.
Any other people from German-speaking countries? Austria, Switzerland, and Bayern.
Yeah. Okay.
Bavaria jest.
You also be a part of it.
you also have. And I have from the country, Ontario, out in Saskatchewan, Australia. Here is the protocol that speaks about comparison schedule. Here is the original. German, PoRtaL. Here is the translation. You can use it. Hungary have also. The Hungary guys come it tomorrow. Come it tomorrow. No, I asked because I have also a version in Hungarian. Oh, I don't know if you can use I'm not sure.
Traders.
Oh,
Yeah.
Can be
We didn't know that.
You see the line?
Yeah.
You can ask me.
Ich kann
But I wanted to add, on this call, Italian language. This means sheep language. Yes, it's a fantastic idea. Only language is kind of okay? Everyone is at the group. Only can be offended by other about their language. No one can be offended. Yeah. It's only a place where I can say you everything passionately about what you do. If you don't want someone offend you, talk about it. You don't need to leave. And then you don't speak about the silence. Okay. It's fantastic. Person, behavior of the person, behavior of the character, organizing, plays, everything that I don't like. That should be another game. Today is one thing that would be the most fighting.
Eigentlich nicht. Street out, yes, yes,
Because I say, okay, side, good, but one is money.
Okay, may I have your attention please for a moment? We shall continue the presentations and discussions. And next in schedule is Andrea's presentation about LARPing in Italy. After that, we will of course continue discussing the differences, the similarities in the LARP cultures. But what immediately comes after that, then there will be two parallel programs. One will be an Arsamandi and similar technique workshop run by Ivan there. You can sign up for that workshop at him. And parallel to that, the Sindown group, are they here? Okay. They can hold a little presentation or demonstration about their system. They can answer any questions which may arise about them, or maybe they can hold a little, as it is no physical contact system, they can hold a little sample combat or something. So these two programs will be held parallel, and after that we move on to the next block. So Andrea setting up the presentation.
Yeah.
Then oh, and I noticed that there was no marker pen at the billboard. I have replaced it. So if anything comes up, you can write it up now.
One question, please. So one of you have a shoes that could give it to me. A hike shoes. Yes, a hike shoes. Yeah, no. If you have a hiker shoes. Hiker shoes. If you don't have, I take a shoes. No, a normal shoes. No one? Give me one of these shoes. Yes, something like here or there. Can you give one? Run away. No, yes. Yeah, thank you. Hey, I'm okay. The easiest way to explain Italy is using your shoes. A couple of words before starting. This is only an overview of what's happening in Italy about LARPing. We don't have story, a real story. I don't have take here a real story of LARPing in Italy. I don't have taken here a complete description of what we do or techniques. We only take I have only taken here a couple of examples of our LARPing and how it's changing now. I would be really fast. If you want after to ask something, I'm there. If you don't want, it's not a problem. Okay? My English is not perfect, I know. If you have some problem, please whistle, clap your hands, something like this, and I will stop. Okay? Okay? Okay. Gracias. Well, Italian LARP that way. Yes, we're doing LARP, like anyone else. Technology. This is the first problem. I not even used this program before. Starting. Everything in Italy is could be, if you see it from a distance, or fantasy or vampire. There is a lot of fantasy in Italy, and a lot is born from the Lorien style. You know Lorien style?
Yeah, the British one.
Yeah. I can't hear you. What?
The British style, is it?
Yes, the British style, the Gathering.
Yeah.
From the Gathering is born GRV Italia. It's like in English, it's role play game Italy. It's till now the biggest association in all the Italy about LARPing. It made only fantasy LARP, something about 4 big events across all the Italy. Okay, across all the Italy. You know, everyone, that Italy is like shoes. It's easier for me. Across this way. This is my way, the yoga. Okay, across all the Italy. And something like 20 different events, smaller, 1 day, 2 day, during all the years. The other one is Camarilla Italia. You know, we have 12 central station for Camarilla Italia, except for a central street. These places, okay? Whereas with the over Rome, in the central, there is no Camarilla. Why? This is important, but I talk about this after. You could see it's based on international rule in beginning, Lorien and Mind Theater, 20 events in a year about all this kind of game, of major game. Okay? Sbagliato. Next one. No more little bastards. Okay? The LARP culture arises in a lot of different games. What's happened? A lot of people that say, it's a good game, GRV Italia, our biggest association, but I could do better than him. 4 people over 5 that say this make a shit. The 5 people make a good LARP. And a lot of associations start to born all around Italy. Now we have a lot of associations. Every region in Italy have between 5 and 10 different associations for fantasy LARP. Someone is extremely accurate, like TS, or Broken Lands in English. Or, for example, other names I could say for you, Lacrima Mundi. On the other side, there is a decay, a strong decay of the vampire culture, especially in the middle center of the Italy. In the south of Italy, there is still a really big culture of vampire, but everywhere else, they are changing their mind style and trying something different. For example, a lot of other games of White Wolf, trying to play hunters, changeling, inside maybe some of the, most beautiful city I know, Florence, for example, or Pisa. the mayor is slowly disappearing and becoming always strongest on the south. In the north, the thing is changing because we have international influence, a really strong international influence. 5 years ago, thank you, Italy. 5 years ago, is born LARP Symposium in Italy. I don't know if someone know what is it. No.
I know.
You know. Perfect. LARP Symposium, what is it? It's a meeting about talking only on theory about LARPing. Something like our Polish friends do, because they are the future of Italy. Okay. What's happening? There is a lot of people that come back from international experience and trying to talk about LARPing. What is it? How could do it better of what we are doing now? And a lot of people say, you are right, and starting to change. One example is this and this, TS, Broken Lens, because they go to Celestia, what's the name, exactly name for the Battlestar Galactica LARP? This, okay. Come back and start the North-West Italian Revolution. This is their name. Now I'm starting a revolution, going to talk to everyone association, explaining what is it, a LARPing style full and completely different, and start to make one-shot events at really high levels, and how it could be really fantastic. And it works. In 1 year, 5 associations of Piemonte is a pieces of Italy. This is changing, and a lot of associations are starting new kind of LARP. Thinking about this, the free emo. It was emotional. Okay, emotion of the player and of the character. Epic, small epic. The epic of the single person that is come. How I feel epic. This is not I will crush everyone I will see. No, it's how could I survive? How could I give food to these people because he needs me? And ephemeral. Even the smallest thing could be extremely touching for my soul. And this is the ephemeral. This free changing between the international influence of let arise in the middle and at the top of Italy, an extremely revolution of LARPing system. There is an exception. And can I tell you about the exception? Is a problem? 2 minutes. This piece is Abruzzo. It's a region of Italy surrounded with mountains. Abruzzo is famous for 3 things: beer, sheep, and the third thing is the person that like or ships or beer. A lot of time ago, in the past, once upon a time, some people come back to the Abruzzo talking about LARP and have their own idea of what a LARP is. Yes, that person changed the name of role-play game and call it live role. And till now, in Abruzzo, we don't use the words in Italian, is gioco di ruolo dal vivo, role-play game, but ruolo vivo, that is live role. They don't joke. It's not a game. It's extremely real, everything they do. They are fucking crazy, for my idea. But they are extremely good. There is, for example, an association called Chaos Legion, makes only one LARP at year. It's really poor in Italy, one LARP at year for an association. Every association makes 4, 7, 8, 10 live at year. Okay, in Swedish. And the year before at London. This association organized everything to go the people outside of Italy and make a lot for 10 people, 5 people, 12 people, all around the world. The last one was the band of the, something like this. What's in English for? Button. The band of the button. And to build up a group of baby that have lived together, make 1 year of a fake social group, only to let them talk each other and create history of very character, using only like avatar the picture of every one of them like a baby. When they meet, the game starts when you arrive with an airplane in the city. The people meet each other because they could recognize from when it was 6 to now that it was 13. And the game starts. A little bit crazy, but good idea. Okay, then stop for international influence and go on. It's an LARP single style. This is some things that only I don't know because I'm not so knowledge about international LARPing. That only in Italy we have seen. You know, I talk about Cine Requiem. It was my association. Okay. There is this. It's really nice. This. Okay. What is it? You know, before Roman, we have Etrusc. You know? Yeah. This is a large village between 8 and 88 years of players that build up a village story of Etrusc. The babies in the morning go to the school, and all the grandpa and grandma sit in the council and decide what will do the city all the day. Maybe the father and the mother of the child are working like a breeder or a farmer, and this is a game and a reconstruction, a historical reconstruction. It's a game because there is a little change in real history, and we have some plot on stories that go on during the time. Okay, now, and I'm closing, so I'm really fast. The X666 punk is everyone now trying the punk style, steampunk, cyberpunk, stone punk, something else punk, diesel punk. Now it's moda. Moda? Yeah, thank you. It's a moda, and a lot of people is starting new kind of LARP about this. What's important that everyone association is born in a new LARP to make something that is moda now. And so a lot of people have 2, 3, 4, 5 different LARP for association. So, closing. Review. In Italy, we have between 50 and 100 associations about LARPing, and we do between 100 and 200 LARP in a year. I think it was a little more, because a lot of us are not association, but a group of people, like friends. There is a lot, nearly all the association, 80 association, are small, 20, 50 players, okay? And every players play 2, 3, 4, 5, even 10 different LARP in a year. Now, it's known of a Norwegian style in the middle and the north, especially in the northeast and the northwest of Italy. Last one, these pieces, okay? And now it's the new LARP momentum around the nation. Yes, because a lot of people is coming to learn what LARP is. Words like bleed in, bleed out, but use games, narrativism are arriving now at end or every one player. Only a smaller group of people know what is it before. And now it's starting the study research. We are now starting to publish book. There is the board of magazine about LARPing, and everything is about the last 4 and 5 years. Stop. Ended. Man, good? Nothing more. If you have some questions. If you don't have, no? Yeah.
Here from Hungary, you say that there's no or little to no PoRtaLs in around Rome, in the middle of Italy.
Yes.
Said you will say the reason for it.
Yeah, there is a reason, because in the middle Italy, we don't have a lot of vampire chronicles. Rome is an exception, the city of Rome. I'm talking about the territory all around. Why? Because the history about Rome and the central part of Italy is extremely easy. There was a lot of school about fighting, medieval fighting. There is a lot in Italy, especially in the center, especially around Rome. Now on, in Rome, there is no real LARPing style, but only big amounts of people that fight each other without a real story or a real role game behind them. And there is another problem. Now it's born what is called the Battle for Villages. Is a new association, a new LARP, that gather all around people from all the association for the first massive LARP style in Italy. 500, 600 players. I see in this the same things that I said to you about LARP clan. Yeah? Because every association create a clan and go to Battle for Villages. This is what's happened all around Rome. The game is in Rome. All around Rome, all the associations are being or absorbed in organizing Battle for Villages, or disappear because only go to Battle for Villages. And that things have like a cancer, suck all the LARPers in a area. The other part of the middle is Abruzzo. I talked about this fucking beer and shit. Nothing more? Okay. Nothing.
So now is the time for workshops. Anyone who is interested in Ars Amandi, which is a sort of a role-playing method, if I understood correctly, should go to Ivan, and everyone who is interested in the Sindel Group's Capture the Flag game should go to Sylvie, the blonde girl in the back.
How are you?
And otherwise, yes?
We were planning on organizing like a game in the city park. If anyone is interested in that, we can do it. I mean, we are prepared. But if you don't really want to run around or stuff, you can just come to us and then we can talk about our things. So whoever is interested, just come to me and then together we decide what we're going to do. So,
is there any point where they should look for you?
Here?
Right.
Here and PoRtaL after.
Okay, whoever's interested in Ars Amandi, I'll take up to 20 players, up to 20 people in workshops.
Alright, so I'm in the workshop upstairs.
This will remain locked.
Yes, thank you for the shoes.
Nagyon kérdés.
Szerintem
ez egyelőre.
Mondjuk én most is. Nem volt az egyület.
Szóval hozzáteszem, megmondom. Az ember.
Jó, hogy lehet? Ha minden igaz, akkor és ennek ellenére hogy most
Csak most kiderült.
Ja, mint szóval mellé, és a fordít.
az ő alapságával.
Kérdéseket tennek.
És már egy konkrétan üdvözlőjük, szóval veszélyverseny, szóval majd elmondani. Egy legyen sem is olyan gyorsan. Mert egy különös maszkítok, egy csomós maszkítok, szintén teljesen egyébként nem is teljesen megvettem, mert megszálljuk beszélni a szolgatívról, hogy
a lengyel csava az hogy néha lengyel szóltak. Ugye ez aki nagyon csalódott, az lengyel volt. De egyébként a lengyel csáóhoz a lengyelek kérnek hozzá. Egy profi előadásra. És azt nem először folyam le. És köszönjük. Igen, ha nincsenek majd beszélgetések, és utána is prezentációk össze-vissza. Ezt csináljuk.
Magyarul nekem is meghatározott az, hogy mindig megnézzük a nyelvoktatásból ilyen szokások. Miért egy sarok, és akkor egy nyugodtan a fejem.
Na, engem ilyen problémája nincs. A valóságban egy nyelvtani
engem is súlyot megtartom, de a múl az ilyen súlyotokban van képen.
Hát jobb lett volna neki.
Mert egy élőnyelvet kell tudni.
Persze.
Jól hangzik, vagy nem hangzik.
De ez ilyenkor rájövök.
Az élőnyelv nekem is megint.
Viszont bármilyen úgy is kérni.
Szóval, és megint ez az, hogy megértik. Milyen is visszol, és mi?
Jó, akkor ez a BDR, hogyha nem tudom kifejezni, ránézés.
Nagyon sokszor az, hogy tényleg is így, mint a hajrai háromkor így írom a sztorit, akik ismerős, forcsán akár, és így egyszer is így egy viszonylag van, azt írt, hogy a faszba értették ezek meg.
Jóra balra mindenben, és így viszont akkor belepajlős szabad, csak így ilyen.
Én az olyan, mint amikor lejössz egy szót, és nem fogom megtenni. De megérted? Beüzött. Az a az első, az utolsó megvan, és beszéltük az a többi milyen sorok vannak, és felfogod, és elmondjuk magyar táv, hogy nem lényeg kiszabott, hogy egy mozik.
Figyelj, mikor lesz a keletén szomálni, előzik.
És most így üldülni mindenki szerintem kis sorságosra. És beérem, hogy negróba is már. Segítség volna, negró kell.
Tudod. Nem egy faszomba.
Nem. Nekem is van. Nem fog lakózni, nem tud félrehozni. Már, amíg ezek a ilyen bolcsokos faszadások vannak, addig itt fölállíthatnám a kis számítógépen ötletezni.
Mivel itt van leginkább áram.
Bárhol.
Föltöltötték vizét. Stackroomot. A Stackroom az miért van ott fönt?
Hogy ott tegyenek, ne itt bent.
Teljesen jogos.
Hogy ott egyenek és igyanak, ne itt bent.
Vadul. Hát én ezért hoztam külön ilyen lefedett orvos
Nem.
szálas.
Nem nézem.
Mondjuk amikor szerintem, amikor egy ilyen
Írogattak ide, hogy to su zaporski jezce, traka movita prijazne,
Igen, ír vissza nekik.
Lolko to jest
Lól, azt tudom,
ciderne
mit
trakane,
tehát azt, hogy kajálni nem lehet, azt
Grace work, polish crops. Ilyen van.
Az eladások most hogy működni?
Hát említek 6-kor lenne, és fél óra csúszásban vagyunk.
Mert mentünk erre a Success cuccra.
De hát kijöttetek.
Ki?
Miért?
Én kicsit intimidálódtam.
Ez nagyon intim.
Hát igen, csak tehát hogy benn vagyunk, hogy 16-an, be van 3 lány, a többi fiú, és így egymást kellett operálni. Úgyhogy nekem így ez jött le, és nem.
You are so heterosexual.
Büszke vagyok magamra, hogy előre láttam ezt a problémát, és nem mentem el oda.
Igen.
És akkor azzal kezdte a csáv, hogy na most mehetek képviselni, ha kell, mert ha bezárom az ajtót, akkor egyes feleg nem megy ki senki. És akkor így, oké, csá.
És akkor nagyon pisiltedek. Jó, 6-kor folytatjuk.
Oké.
Arcom Andékra nem ment be végre?
Bement, csak jött.
Már mondta, hogy másfél óra, izé?
Hát meg hogy pasik.
Másfél óra pasik taperozása.
Ja, hát bőrös hűségből, igen. Általában alkohozott ilyenek. Nem volt ilyen pénzök, addig így volt.
Jó van.
Utolsó DK-nem
azért igen, Dark Convention-ön útézni.
Szerintem elnémítom a hangot. Meg a
program of interdisciplinary social sciences. I also on a game the subject of gamification and its effect on society. I'm a founder and leader of the Game Research Center. Today, I'm going to talk about gamification and its influences. Later, I'm going to introduce the Game Research Center and finally present some lab-related results of my research and show you on slides. My first topic is the gamification and improving generation institutions. Based on certain stereotypes on online games, people often state the question, can online games cause progression or addiction? And these beliefs could be problems themselves, but the positive effects were examined with the same intensity by the public and the media. Practices indicate that, despite of the serious amount of available information, people tend to focus on the possibly representative bad examples, where conclusions are often superficial and lack of any objective or scientific approach. We are living in an era that requires all significant social institutions to redefine itself. So, we have to face the fact that the new net generations are growing up having been socialized in a continuously developing, highly technological environment. They all have a different approach, attitude, lifestyle than the former ones. If our goal is to keep the existing institutions viable in the future, they must be radically converted, especially the fields of education and employment. We need to understand the next generation's new language, as well as their communication and motivational structures. And based on that knowledge, we have to reconsider and rebuild the operating mechanism of our social institutions. One of the most important issues is to recognize that online social games have a key role in the reform of educational institutions by incorporating game mechanisms into learning processes. In the next part, I would like to present the Gameful Living Research Center. Establishing this center at the beginning of this year was my idea, as I am a founder and the leader of this quality team. The idea of the research center is based on the goals and results my nationwide research, which is started 2011. Since then, my studies involved several researchers, experts, thousands of gamers. In this smart cooperation, we enable significant growth and development of our ongoing scientific researches regarding to multiplayer online and role-playing games. Members of the research center are enthusiastic psychologists, sociologists, economists, anthropologists, futurologists, engineers, and teachers. All together, we are aiming to set the basic of gamification knowledge. Okay. Our goal is to highlight, to prove and spread the importance and benefits of games and game methods, not only personal, but also on a social and institutional level. In this mission, we examine and investigate the possibilities of integrating and using game methods and game design elements in various environments with a specific focus on educational institutions. Based on our knowledge and researchers, we are aiming to design and to execute gamification strategies, action plans, projects which have results in a meaningful improvement of people's everyday life. Okay. The research center is getting involved in more and more international projects, and we are sharing our knowledge and experience. And I would like to emphasize here that we are working on several projects with many LARP players' participation, such as the civil defense by the police, where we would like to prove the positive influences of role-playing games and its competence developing effects as well. In this experimentation, the participants are playing action move scenes in a role-playing situation but used by armed force with military training techniques. We are hoping that LARP players will do their best and prove their competencies were gained by playing games. My survey in 2011 was filled by over 2,000 people. Most of them are MMORPG, multiplayer, RPG, and LARP players, and their average age was 29 years. One of my questions was, do you currently play LARP? And the answer were 70% of them have never played. 20% have tried once or twice. 6% say they played in past, but not anymore. And finally, 5% of them are still active players. My next question was, when did you start to play LARP? 27% of them said, and the most common answer was they started to play 1-3 years ago. The next two who started 3-6 years ago, 25%, and finally 17% of them started to play 10-15 years ago. My final asked the question, how often do you play LARP? 73% have never played, and the people who regularly plays, the most common answer was they play 2 times per year, 15%. Following these players who play in every 2-3 months is 5%, and once in month 3% of them. Thanks you for listening, and if you have any question, please don't hesitate to contact me. Thank you very much.
If you have any question related, you can write to the billboard, and we will discuss after the 3 people block, and we will have a little interdisciplinary discussion after it, if you're interested. The next presenter will be not only smart, but a beautiful one, and she has great experience in the forum RPG, and she was the admin, one of the admins of the biggest. That was the biggest.
Yes.
The biggest Hungarian forum-based RPG, and she has lots of advances because she is working on the LARP to implement the Hungarian educational system, and this time she will be talk about that things, and I think she's English is better than me. I called Edith, and please take this magic pen.
First, I would like to introduce myself. I'm a psychologist, and psychologists are mostly shy persons. So this situation is one of my worst dreams, but I will try to escape. So I will talk about a project. It's an educational project, and it's. I think it's a fortune for me that I am a leader in this project, and we develop practical life education in Hungarian system. This is the system. This is the group of mine. Create developmental framework for education programs. There are other teams in this system, for example, complex art education and science education, but so my work group is the practical life education. Our method is not new, but it's new in Hungary. The storyline method is an experiment-based method in education, and it's from Scotland. It's from 1960s, and they founded this method for demotivated pupils and teachers. In this method are more emotion, more activity, and more fun. So we choose this method for Hungarians. How can we imagine a storyline education? There are episodes, and 9 episodes in one school year. And these episodes are problem situation, and pupils should explore or find solutions for problems. What we are doing in this program? Oh, a well-built guy. And so our connections with schools. 8 schools in the practical education workshop, and we test the storyline method in school. For example, in this school, we participate with teachers in workshops and meetings, and we talk each other and mailing. We try to give them professional help, and we organize trainings. And so the networking is very important in this program. This is the aim of developing. I think this is my favorite sentence of the project, and it's both feel well. This is the aim. The teacher and pupils should feel well in these episodes and this class in these classes. It's a problem for teachers that it's a new role for them. They are teachers, not storytellers or gamers or note keepers or sometimes magicians. But they, the next presenter, and but they try to hogy van ez, hogy kitalálni magukat? Try to express this role in their work. So it's not an average classroom in Hungary. But after this short theoretical introduction, let's see some examples. Let's see some stories. Choose one.
Bacon. Bacon.
Bacon. It's a very smart village in Hungary. They haven't got railway station, but we are there with this storyline method. It's an adapted story, bacon, bread, and onion, and in episodes, pupil has got agricultural tasks, for example, cooking and gardening and something. And, so this bacon bread. It's not an original story. For example, desert island in this school where we are, and you can see, for example, the teacher in these situations, not a teacher but a totem pole, and sometimes she helps the pupils in the problem solving. They build their houses and find some food in the first time, and they try to make fire. Okay. The king of the nail. It's interesting changing roles in these module classes. For example, here, she is the prince, and she say goodbye from the king. But after another pupil was the prince and the ravens and something. We've got a special issue for teachers when we train them. These pictures from the day before yesterday, and so in this situation the teachers are the gamers, and we, the day before yesterday, me changed them animals, and but she's my colleague, and she was nasty, and I cursed her. So you can see here people, they are teachers, very serious researchers of Education Institute and politicians, but after this training they will be child and find the game and the taste of play. Interface. This is the situation now, but I would like to grow the interface between education and LARP. What we need for this to grow, for example, like these meetings and personal meetings, more workshops, and I would like to connect LARP on storyline teacher training. We talked about in the break, and I would like to connect LARP and regional school projects together, some activities, and then it could be bigger, this interface area. So this is my email address, and if anybody have got some ideas, questions, and critics, I'm waiting for it.
After it, we have one presenter left, and we try to show another point of view for the usefulness of the LARP in the interdisciplinary method. I called Andrei Damsha, who can prove us some other sides of this very interesting topic.
Hi guys, how are you? A little bit tired, sleepy?
No.
Yeah? Okay, so it will be like 10 minutes, okay? 15 top. If my resi starts, of course. So, my name is Andrei. I'm a psychologist, so take care, I can see your thoughts. Okay? No funny thoughts? No, not really. I can't really see your thoughts, but I'm a psychologist. I'm doing my PhD at the University of Page, from Page. This is like a little, not very little, but a little, more little than Budapest, city like 200 kilometers south. And, all right. And I have a really fun job. I study games. And I study how the methodology of how can we use game thinking, game design, and game elements into non-gaming environments, and how can we actually use games in different situations, like classroom. Okay, it's working good. So, in this presentation, I will give you a brief overview about how can we actually use game design in school, how can we use games in school, and how can we relate games to learning, to the learning process. And I will give you some examples, some internet pages where you can find games which are like developing your social skills, decision-making skills, and so on. So, first of all, game design in school. I think we are all really familiar with the grading system, yeah? So here in Hungary, we have grades from 1 to 5. 1 is really bad, 5 is like the best, it's really good. In Romania, we have from 1 to 10. Same station, 1 is bad, 10 is good. And in the US, they have letters from A to F. Yeah, right? Okay, so what's wrong with this? Imagine the following situation, okay? It's Monday morning, 8 o'clock, you have math class. Do you like math? No. In this situation, you will like math. You're really good at math, and you take a test, okay? So you're really good, you get the best grade. That's in Hungary, which is 5. So you have a 5, yeah? After 1 week, same situation, you have another test, but you couldn't really prepare for this one, so you got a 2. What happened? You just regressed. And if you really care about grades, how would you feel? Bad. Exactly. You will feel bad. You will feel anxiety. You will feel frustration. And that's not a really good thing for the motivation. I mean, it can just break it and rip it apart. So, do we need an improvement of this? I truly believe that yes, we do. And I don't know if you heard about experience points. Okay, it was a joke. I'm pretty sure that you heard about it. Just as Professor Lee Sheldon, he's a professor and a game designer from the USA, and he structured a experience point-based grading system, and he tried this with university students. So it's really easy. The students in this course are gathering points by completing quests, which was like written assignments and oral presentations and teamwork and stuff like that, normal school stuff. And as they are gathering points, at the end of the year, these points will be transformed in a grade, because they need a grade at the end of the year. Okay, so let's go back to our imaginary math situation, and let's see how it works with this kind of system, okay? So do you remember, first time you got 5, and second time you got 2. But here you got points. So you got 5 points, and 2 more, 7 points. So you did worse at the second part, but still you can feel that you progress, because you have 7. You don't have like 5 and 2. You didn't go down, you go up. You have 7. Of course you could have like 10, like 2 or 5s, but still it's a progression, and you can feel it, and you will be motivated next time to get like 5 points, not only 2. So I believe, and the studies are showing that this system is better than what we have now. Okay, let's go to the second one. Using actual games in classroom environment. Another imaginary situation, okay? Imagine a classroom in which children are really bad at reading and writing. They don't want to read like school material. They don't want to learn by reading textbooks and stuff like that, okay? I think we all have experiences like this, yeah? Boring stuff to do, boring stuff to read, write. Okay, so on. So this is an actual class. It was an actual class from the US, and this class got a teacher, and the teacher tried to improve the reading and writing skills of these children. You know how? By playing World of Warcraft with them. Okay? So they started to adventure in this game. In the classroom, they started to form a clan, to do quests, to resolve in-game problems. And after a while, the teacher said to the children, okay, let's make a forum and let's write background stories for our characters, okay? Let's invent our personalities. Let's write about our clan, about the world we have in World of Warcraft. And the children started to write, and they read each other's writings and stuff like that. And after a while, they started to read materials which was not related to the game, because they were interested in history, you know, like weapon making and factions and how the society is building up, stuff like that. And after a while, they got better in reading, they got better at writing, and they developed a passionate love for literacy. This is a really, really good methodology. Okay, and I want to show you some actual pages where you can see how this interaction between games and learning are like building up. I don't know if you know Globaloria. Maybe some of you? No? Okay, so this is a site where you can like build your own game. And you can mostly use this in school. So you can build up your game and you can try it. You can play with it, you can change it. There's a circle like it goes, you can play and participate and publish it and stuff like that. And actually you can enter, if you go to this site, you can see different kind of games. And I think the most powerful part of this is these games are like made of a very, very big percent of high school students. Yeah, so the children, the teacher are like motivating this kind of children to make games, and games about real life situation. This game, Don't Be Mean, Go Green, is about ecological awareness. Yeah, in this game you have to take decisions. For example, the first decision you have to take is like this: it's morning, you're going to school, and you have to go like 5 kilometers, and you can choose between public transportation, cars, or bicycle. Which one would you use? Choose public transportation or bicycle. Anyone else?
What kind of car do I have?
It's a really old one, you know.
Okay. Retro.
Retro, yeah. So if you choose the most ecological one, which would be bicycle, you will like progress in the game, and other options will pop up, and you can like go forward in the storyline. And this was made by high school students. And I don't know if you can see it, the description is like this: the game teaches them the technology of how to operate controls on a computer while, of course, learning good choices for the environment. So as I said, if you take the most ecological choices, you can like progress in this game. All right, there's another game. It's called Clockwise, and this is about literacy and history. This is more related to role playing, because as you enter the game, this is like a browser based game. As you enter the game, a storyline just pops up, and you don't have to read this. I will tell you. Okay. So the main plot is like this: you wake up in the future. It's like 3000 and something in a city where people are really, really dumb. And they are like numbed down by all these reality shows and television and stuff like that. And you are like a chosen one who got to go back in time with the time machine and gather the information for the children and for the people, like for making this society better. You are the one who is going back, who have to read essays about writers and poets, you know, and history and stuff like that. And you can actually take some meaningful action in the future to change the future. And I think you can feel this epic goal in this game. It's pretty cool. All right, and how many of you wants to learn another language? Okay, How many of you would like go into a school, language school, and pay a teacher for this? Less, yeah? Okay, there's a really good site for this, and it's for free. It's called Duolingo, sorry. It's really good. It's like a game-based language learning program. You can log in. This is like a tutorial. This is my profile. You can see the zeros. I just started it. And I wanted to learn German. I'm kind of motivated, but I don't know if I could. Okay, so this is my tutorial site. And you got this helper, a little owl. You can see there in the right corner there is like an XP bar. You have points, you have badges, you have alerts. I mean, you have in every day you have some kind of things you have to do, like quests and stuff like that. And the actual face looks like this. You know, this is the XP bar. You have experience points. You have badges. You have these friend lists from Facebook who are playing this game, which is actually a learning thing. And it can get really, really motivating and really easy to learn with it. Okay, so basically that was a really, really short preview. How can we use games and game thinking in the educational system? And I hope this presentation was like a good start for you to think about games a little bit differently. Okay, so thank you very much. And if you have questions, of course.
And now it is the finish our little interdisciplinary course. And if you have any idea, discussion topic, or just a question, we can discuss it, and maybe we can find some analog and parallel things in your life. Our aim was try to teach a little thinking out of the box and redesign our thinking methods of teaching and education, or military, or I don't know what is the word, but maybe. And if you have any idea how can we use the LARP or the LARP-like things for other ways, please give your ideas and share to anybody. And if you don't want to speak about it, just write to the billboard, or we really want to hear it if you try to talk to us. Oh, okay. Do you have any question, idea, or hozzáfűzni való? Comment. Hozzáfűzni való is a beautiful word. It's a comment. No. That means we need a little break, as I see, because too much people is. Oh no.
I have a question about the schedule of PoRtaL. Guys, the time of what we do till the end.
Today we have no more planned program.
Okay,
we can
the discussions.
We can do discussions and billboard discussion or anything.
Mine is an Italian style idea. After lunch, after dinner, why don't we do it all together? To drink somewhere.
Okay, but that will be must planning with better English manager, not me. Maybe Anna can help you. Okay, that means the presentation state is over.
As far as I know, we have to leave the building at 9, so we can carry on with the topic discussions as we like in groups. until 9, and then at 9 we gather at the front door and decide where to have a few drinks. If that's okay.
Olyan is összedik másként valahol, ami azt jelenti, hogy nem csak akkor nem.
És ha nagyon így szeretnéd, akkor